great mind who's been pretty very supportive of all the activities of his organization here in Nigeria. And I want to also say beyond. The national team leader, Perl ECP. Please join me in welcoming Mr. John Mutu. I like that. We can make that applause for them a lot louder than that. And I also want to remind you that do not get tired of clapping because it's healthy to clap. I stumbled on a research that was done by the University of Philadelphia, United States of America, November 2014, that says people who clap vigorously when it's important to clap live longer, healthier, youthful, wrinkles-free, visit doctors less, and in turn, clapping helps to rejuvenate the internal organs in a human body. So please, let's keep that clap coming for all of yourselves because you've been great partners. For yourselves, that applause cannot be for yourselves. We'd like to appreciate the project director for Palladium. Let's please welcome Joanne Clark. A round of applause for Joanne Clark, please, as she comes forward. Joanne? Just as she makes her way here this morning, please also join me in welcoming Team Samaranayake, Head of Operations Commercial DIA Global Team. Samaranayake, I hope I got that right. Thank you. I know you're my brother from the other mother. I'd also like to recognize another great man. He's done creditably well, and everywhere you go around Nigeria, his name is mentioned. And these are persons who have contributed in making these organizations, household name in Nigeria. I'd like you to join me in welcoming a chairman of one of our panel of discussions this morning. Let's please make welcome Dr. Joe Abba, OON, Country Director, DIA Global. Thank you very much for joining us as we recognize you. And the accolades are yet to come. By the time we get to hear testimonials from those at the national and sub-national levels concerning your activities, I'm sure you're not just going to have butterflies in your stomach, you'd also have lots of them flying around this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Country Director Palladium, Oiza Nicholson. Please, a round of applause for Oiza Nicholson. I've also been told very reliably that we have with us the Auditor General of the Federation joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, if I'm not asking for too much for the yeoman's job that he is doing for the Federation, please let's welcome Mr. Shaka Kanyitor Chira, Auditor General of the Federation. We welcome you, sir. Let me at this point in time also recognize the presence of Chris Okeke, the Development Director. Please can we welcome him with a resounding applause. Mr. Chris Okeke, please. I didn't get that. Is that Development Director? Oh, he's the Senior Governance Advisor. Please, a round of applause for him, I beg your pardon. We're also being joined this morning by Dr. Dasuki Arabi, Director General Perl for Public Service Reforms. Can we please welcome Dr. Arabi with a resounding applause as he makes his way to the former Director General, Budget Office of the Federation. He held sway for more than 8 years on that seat because of the very wonderful, diligent duties that he carried on his shoulders for the federal government of Nigeria. I'd like you to please join me in welcoming Dr. Ben Akabweze. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. The chairman, Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures of Nigeria. His constituency is quite large. He is here with some of his lieutenants who are speakers of various state houses of assembly, and he has performed very well. I have interacted and I've also interfaced with him along very many frontiers. Ladies and gentlemen, if I'm not asking for too much, I'd like you to please join me in welcoming the chairman himself, the Speaker of Ogun State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin. Can we please welcome him with a resounding applause, please? He's on his way. Okay, some of his colleagues from the Secretariat are here, and so they have just given me a signal that he's on his way. We have Honorable Emeka Nwobi, Chairman Majority Leaders Forum. Honorable Emeka, please, can you come to the middle row? Please, can we give him a round of applause as he makes his way here? We're also hoping that in no distance time we'll be having the special advisor to the President on policy and coordination of the federal government join us. And then, of course, we're also hoping that the special advisor to the President on presidential enabling business environment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwale, will be joining us as well. We have a few more names to be recognized. Quite a good number of us, all of us in this hall, actually deserve recognition. But let me, at this juncture, recognize the presence of, I need to get that very clearly so that I don't make mistakes. My colleague, I'm working, by the way, with a very delectable lady whose voice, when she comes on the microphone, will wow you. She's going to be coming on the microphone very shortly. I'd also like to welcome the Development Director, FCDO, under the FCDO protocol here. Let's please make welcome Cynthia Rowe. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I don't know if your other colleagues are here. The lead governance and stability block, Magdalene Lagu, she here yet? Well, as soon as they come, you'd inform us and we will recognize them appropriately. But in the meantime, this is just setting the stage for this event to kickstart. We're hoping that commissioners from Kano, from Jigawa, and from Kaduna states are here. Do we have commissioners? Please, can we please welcome the honorable commissioners, because your names are not given to me at this material time. But let's have all the honorable commissioners please come to the middle row. We can do better with that round of applause for them. They are great partners, and we hold them in high esteem. Thank you very much. From Kaduna, we're also expecting Yusuf Ishaku Goje, Kaduna's local government accountability mechanism. Is he here? He's not yet here. We're also expecting to get some input a bit later from the Inclusive Citizens Participation in Governance process in Kano, and we are expecting Abdul Razak at Ozango. Is he here yet? Is he here? Oh, please put your hands together for him as we bring him over to the side. Thank you very much. Please, if there are other development program coordinators, team leads, and representatives from USAID, are you here? From USAID? The state-to-state program coordinator, FCDO plane program, European Union delegation. Do we have anybody from the European Union? From EUSDGN? From FCDO PropCom Plus, FCDO Spring Program, FCDO Partnership for Agile Governance and Climate Engagement. All right, these are all great partners. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as soon as the Chairman Conference of Speakers gets in here, we'll welcome him, but I have it on good authority that the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, who has been a great partner to what they've been doing in the last 8 years, and of course that he also succeeded the immediate past governor of Jigawa, who today sits as the Honorable Minister of Defense of Nigeria, will be making his way shortly. As soon as he gets in here, we'll welcome him and then kickstart this program in earnest. But in the meantime, we'd like to appreciate the partnership that we have enjoyed from all of you in the last 8 years and counting, and hoping that this partnership would not fold, or you would not stop giving us the unalloyed and unwavering support that we've enjoyed from you. We'd like to appreciate you one more time, but let me at this juncture welcome my senior brother and a former ambassador of Nigeria to very many countries and a former member House of Representatives. Today sits as doing his most appreciated and loved hobby by having to teach, a lecturer per excellence. I'd like you to please join me in welcoming Honorable Professor Jerry Ambassador Ugokwe. Please can we welcome him? He chairs Democracy Vanguards. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to recognize the presence of Moses Salami, Deputy National Program Manager for Perl ARC. Can we hear that applause a lot louder than that for him? Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I saw you sitting very close to the Auditor General, and when I looked at your heart, I just imagined that the two of you are from the same geopolitical zone or from the same tribe, because that looks like a thief cap, but I just got to realize that that is not black and white, it's black and cream. that whilst the Auditor General is wearing his own pure black colors. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud this gentleman one more time. And then perhaps all the other persons who've been working assiduously with these organizations for very many years and counting from the various states that are here. We might not be able to recognize you individually. I see the former Speaker of Akwa Ibom, former member House of Representatives. I'd like that we please give him a round of applause. Honorable, just stand and wave at us. Welcome. Do we have any of our partners from the World Bank yet? Policy Practice, Integrity, Africa Development Bank Group. We're inching very close to getting this program started. I'm actually just looking at my wristwatch and also to see that I get the nod to get this program underway. Well, may I also recognize and single them out for recognition? Honorable commissioners from the states, just as I mentioned earlier on, Kaduna, Jigawa, and Kano states respectively, and then of course heads of civil service or heads of service from the states. Do we have heads of service from the states or former, serving or former? Do we have any? In the absence of these persons that I just mentioned, I think we should get this program underway. From the sound provider, do we have the national anthem on cue? If we have the national anthem on cue, looking at the faces of our leaders in front of me, do I have your permission to kickstart this program? All right. I have the nod. So please, may I kindly request that we please be upstanding for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If you don't know the lyrics, you can hum along. Can we please have that round of applause for the Federal Republic of Nigeria? We'd like it to resonate in the corners of Nigeria that we are indeed celebrating success. Can we have that round of applause one more time as you take your seats? Thank you very much. I just saw my brother and friend, Dr. Sanusi Ohiari, who works directly as a director in the Office of a Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, Hajia Hadiza Bala Usman, whom we are expecting by the special grace of God to grace this event. Are you holding forth? Oh, fine. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In the course of my inviting as many of our top-notch dignitaries to their respective seats, I want to take it to meaning that we have established the protocol as ought to be at this material time. But of course, the partnership to engage, reform, and learn, as we all know, supports how government organize their core businesses of making, implementing, tracking, and accounting for policies, plans, and budgets used in delivering public goods, bringing about economic stability and enabling environment for private enterprise to promote growth and reduce poverty, and at the same time helping to providing services to the citizenry and how citizens themselves engage with those processes. For 8 years, has been a success story from every nook and cranny of a country where they have carried out their activities. And that is the essence of this gathering. In wrapping up, there are stories to tell. And of course, those who have the first-hand information as to the successes recorded are also in this hall, and time will be allotted to them in the course of this program as the program begins to gather momentum to be able to come and share their experiences with us and what they wish that should happen even afterwards. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this program today, at the end of it all, we'll all beat our chests and say, yes, it was worth rolling out the drums for. So ladies and gentlemen, let's roll out the drums. Let's celebrate. And as we celebrate, please always continue to have in your hearts prayers for the key drivers of these very successful programs. They are all seated amongst you here this morning. Can I please call for a very big round of applause for them as they make progress? Thank you very much. The tone for this event is going to be set in the course of the welcome remarks. But of course, welcome remarks elsewhere means different things to different people. But because we are who we are, a very detailed set of people in this part of, in this climb, we do not just say welcome to events. We also give you the reason for the events. And to please give us an expose into the essence of this gathering, it is my honor and privilege to, before we welcome him for the welcome remarks, to invite for the security briefs, Captain Nathaniel Pilau, retired. Please can we welcome him for the security briefs before we get this function underway in earnest.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once more. My name is Nathaniel Pilau. I manage the security for Perl. It is important we have a safety and security briefing in an event of this nature. And to do that, I have my professional friend here who is a resident here. He knows the environment better in the person of Mr. Josiah. So he is going to brief us And by the end of the brief, if we have any questions to ask as regards our safety and security here, please feel free to do that. Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Good morning, welcome to Trust Computing. My name is Onu Josiah from Security and Safety Department. The meeting room where you are is called Congress Hall. Congress Hall. In case you are pressed, you want to make use of the convenience, behind the staircase there, that is the convenience. And if the AC in this room is too high or too low, you call 6125. Our control room will attend to you. In case of fire emergency, please do not use elevator. Whether you are in-house or you just come for a program, don't use elevator. Don't use elevator. All the exit door here lead you outside. And the assembly point is the main gate car park as you are coming. As you are going now, the last car park by the right. Please, in case of fire incident, call 6200, 6200, or 6432, 6432, or 6125. In case of health-related issue, call 6420. And you should be able to tell our in-house doctor the nature of the sickness if wheelchair will be needed. And in case of security-related issue, call 6146, 6146. And in case you are in the room and you need something, you call 45, 45. And if these numbers are too many for you to comprehend, dial 0 and you'll be guided accordingly. Please, I know you came from different places, perhaps the same office to have meetings together. In security, we don't have friends. The person sitting close to you is a prime suspect. Why am I saying this? Keep your belongings very well, your valuables, because they are very, very important. Not everybody comes for meeting. So as you are going for breakfast, go with your belongings. Any question, please? Enjoy your meeting. Thank you.
Okay, I think Mr. Josiah deserves more applause. Thank you very much, my brother. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain Nathaniel Pilau. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you may all know, the theme for this event is Lasting Legacies, 8 years of elevating governance for a sustainable future. The objectives of this event is aimed at showcasing the achievements, tell their stories, network with new and potential partners, and much more. We are ready to engage, and in doing this engagement, I'd like that we please invite with me Mr. John Motu to please, the team lead. Let's please welcome him as he comes forward for the welcome remarks, and he'll go further to telling us a bit more about the objectives, because they're not just limited to the ones I've mentioned alone. Please, a bigger round of applause for him.
Thank you so very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the established protocols. Today, we gather here as colleagues, as partners, as friends, as brothers and sisters, and most importantly, as advocates for a better Nigeria. We are here to reflect on a journey that commenced on the 2nd of May, 2016. So I hear the MC say 8 years. I think it's more than 8 years, so it's 8 years plus. As we reflect on the learning, we also wish to celebrate the milestones and the successes that we have achieved together as a group. Say that almost everybody in this room played a pivotal role in this journey in different capacities and also at different times. So when you say 8 years, everybody in this room participated in that journey. It has been said that it is good to have an end to the journey, but it is the journey that matters in the end. It is the journey that matters in the end. It has also been argued that getting something done is an accomplishment, but getting something right is an achievement. Like every journey, there were temptations for shortcuts or quick fixes, but as a program, as a people, we chose the long route, we chose the hard way because we wanted to get it right. And like the team says, 8 years of elevating governance for a sustainable future. We wanted a sustainable future. We wanted enduring legacies. And that is why we chose the hard path, even though it was a difficult one. Finally, the end of a journey means the start of another journey, they always say. We have done our best within available resources and time. Others will lead the charge from here onwards. But let me, at this point, recognize a critical friend, someone I will call a guardian angel, a pathfinder who supported us through this journey, Mr. Chris Okeke. Please, can you stand up? Please, can we give Mr. Chris Okeke? He was the governance advisor who shepherded us through thick and time, provided us with all the support that we needed to build this program successfully. Let me also, at this point, recognize our founder, the FCDO, represented here by the Development Director, Cynthia Rowe. Please, can you stand up for recognition? At this point, please, can I invite all of us to give FCDO a standing ovation? Please, can we stand up for a standing ovation, please? And like Dr. Andy said, those who clap. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for you, your team, for all the good work, for all the support. We wouldn't have been able to get to where we are and achieve all these milestones without your support. And to my colleagues, my friends, our partners, we'll depart today, but again, we'll meet once again. Sometimes I get overwhelmed when I want to say goodbye. So at this point, I will stop and allow others to do the talking. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
For the many years I have known John Mutu, I've always referred to him as Dr. John Mutu. And he is quick to telling me that he is not a doctor. But I also told him that because I see in him something that represents or stands him out, and that is the reason I just give him that appellation, doctor. But I think that he deserved to be called one, much as you haven't attained that, educationally. But of course, we also do have honorary courses. So I think I have given you one from the Institute of Public Speakers. Please, let's applaud him, a round of applause for him. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. And thank you for the thankless job that you and your organization has been doing in the last 8 years and counting. I'd like to recognize, I want to imagine that you're not just here on your own. I want to imagine that you're also standing in for the Executive Governor of Kano State, my brother, friend, Alhaji Nasir Sule Garo, Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Climate Change, Kano State. Please just stand up for recognition. Can you give him a round of applause? Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. And thank you for the enormous support that we are getting from your state government. Moving on very quickly, just as we sit and wait for the arrival of our special guest of honor, I'm told that some certain persons are on hand at the entrance to receiving him. We'll wait for him to come, but that won't stop us. Okay, we'll have to wait, because the next remark to be made will be something that even him as a sitting governor would want to listen to. And so in the light of that, I'd just like to call on the sound manager to give us some very light music. Keep it on a down low so that it doesn't affect our conversations. This is an opportunity for us to engage with each other, make new friends, and you never can tell what this will bring about in the nearest future. You'd always remember this date, the 23rd of September, at the Lasting Legacies events of Perl, ARC, and EC, that you met a new friend and whose friendship has brought about so much changes and, of course, economic benefits as well. So please don't take the friendship and the union here for granted. And for so very many of you, it's a reunion of some sort, and I want to believe that. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's make do with some very light music just as we await the arrival of our special guest of honor. All right, let me have the privilege of welcoming the special advisor to the President on policy and coordination, working directly behind our special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State. Please let's welcome His Excellency Malam Umar Namadi. We're glad to have you, and we're also glad to have the special advisor to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on coordination. Hajia Hadiza Bala Usman is here, former Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Ports Authority. Please applaud her one more time. We also have with us here the immediate past head of Civil Service of the Federation, who just retired a month ago from service, but she is by no means tired, ready to take on more appointments because she has so much to offer. Let's please welcome with me Dr. Folashade Yemiason, CFR. I'd also want to recognize the Strategic Facilitation Advisor Technical Lead, Odu Obiaboko, Obibaoku. Please, a round of applause for him, for Mr. Odu. From Tayo Adoluju, former head of service. Can we please welcome him with a round of applause? She here. The Nigerian Economics Summit Group Director General is himself, the one I just recognized. Please, can we welcome him with a resounding applause one more time, Tayo Duloju. And I also did recognize the immediate past head of Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemiason, CFR. Would like to appreciate you one more time. And I'd like to quickly remind us that that we all were given at the point of registration is the program of events for this event. And then, of course, you're also at liberty to take the barcode, and it gives you all the details you want to see and you also want to know. May I, at this juncture, welcome and recognize Steve Fraser, Technical Director, Perl ECP. Welcome him with a round of applause, please. For social media break is at social media break at Perl Nigeria, and hashtag Perl Closeout, and then hashtag It's a Wrap. You can use the social media handles, and you can follow us on those very social media handles. Thank you, and thank you very much indeed. And so moving on very quickly, just as we make progress, we'd like to appreciate again the presence of our special guest of honor, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, Malam Umar Namadi, whose tenure, even as Commissioner for Finance, made so many difference and so much difference in Jigawa State. They were rated very highly by Fitch because of his input. Please let's applaud him one more time. We appreciate your leadership, sir. Thank you very much. It is in the light of that, Your Excellency, that we move on with the program, as I invite for her opening remarks and context setting, Cynthia Rowe. Please let's welcome Cynthia Rowe. She's of the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. Please a warm round of applause for her, please. For want of time, you may wish to stand on the already established protocol.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. It is very tempting to stand on established protocols, but I think I will just pick out at least one or two for the benefit of all of us, I think. So, of course, His Excellency, the Governor of Jigawa State, Umar Namadi, it's very good to have you here. Thank you for coming. I feel like becoming my old friend, Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, that's Dr. Hadija Bala Usman, and of course the Honourable Commissioners and the Auditor General of the Federation who is here. But partners, government officials, civil society, media, and I think really friends, it's really a delight to have you all here. And I welcome you to this end of program event for Perl, which is the Partnership to Engage, Reform and Learn program. And I'm really delighted to be with you here today. So this event is a celebration of the remarkable results that you, our valued partners in government, in civil society and media, have achieved working with Perl over the past 8 years. And it's 8 years plus, as it was pointed out. And what really struck me, actually, was the point that our newly appointed doctor made about wanting to get it right. And I think that's so important when you're working in governance. It really struck me. And I'd also like to say that there were people here before me. There will be people here after me. I'm just one of a number of people who passes the baton. So thank you for the applause for FCDO, but I also want to applaud my colleagues before me, the whole team, but also all of you who are here always, while sometimes some of us come in and out. I wanted to give you some examples of some of the remarkable work that has been done. I always like the concrete examples, and here are some of them. In Kano, in Kaduna and Jigawa, citizen participation in how public resources are allocated is now the norm. And that is not an exception, and that is because of this partnership. 2 out of the 3 FCDO-focused states are rated as the most transparent states by the Nigerian Subnational Budget Transparency Survey, bit of a mouthful, and the World Bank Fiscal Transparency Programme. That's quite a result. With UK Perl technical support, partner states have developed the ability to increase their domestic generated revenues. So, for example, one of our partner states has achieved an increase of 80% in domestic revenue in the period 2019 to 2023. And this has a tangible and positive impact on the lives of Nigerians. So the feedback on that suggests that the increased revenue has transformed health services in the state, and that means better primary healthcare facilities and more health workers for communities. So there is a direct correlation into people's lives of this work. As governance professionals, and I speak as one, so my background is as a governance advisor. So Chris, I started in the same position that you are. We know that accountability and transparency are the very foundations of any social contract. And Perl's innovative approach of brokering alliances amongst interest groups, in supporting and advocating across communities, across politicians, across civil society, media, across government officials and geographies, has contributed in no small measure to the constitutional reform that brings autonomy to state parliaments. And that's remarkable, because what that means is stronger scrutiny of legislation and stronger accountability of the executive at subnational level. Perl has also been at the centre of the Open Government Partnership in Nigeria and the adoption of OGP principles by many subnational governments. By 2023, a total of 26 Nigerian states have signed up to the Global Open Government Partnership, which is an increase of 16 compared to 2019. And at the federal level, we have supported the Central Delivery and Coordination Unit, to institutionalize the measuring and managing of ministerial performance. And as always, with the citizens at Perl's heart, that means the unit has incorporated the Citizens Delivery Tracker as an independent source of verification. In other words, citizens can watch and judge what their ministers and their ministries are doing for them. And in addition to all of that, and in addition to celebrating these results, we've also used the opportunity to learn important lessons. And we share these lessons around the world. So beyond Nigeria, we will share them right across our network of governance programs and governance professionals. And through Perl, we have learned that it is possible to achieve results with focused political leadership and committed civil society. We have learned that reforms require patience and long-term commitment to domestic priorities. We have learned the importance of collaboration between national and subnational governments in a federal system like Nigeria, including connecting budget reforms at federal and state level. We have learned that local government reform is critical and possible in order to achieve ongoing delivery of basic services to the most vulnerable groups, which is incredibly important. And finally, we have learned that technical assistance requires not just expertise, but also respectful and trusting relationships with partners and an understanding and appreciation of the contextual realities. And all of those lessons will inform everything that we do going forward. And so we thank you for, I want to thank particularly our inspired and inspiring program teams, and that's Perl ARC and Perl ECP, for their dedication, hard work, and perseverance. So Ifeanyi and John and teams, where are you? Well done. So what does this add up to, and what happens next? So it adds up to governments which are closer to their people, who are called upon to explain what they are doing with the money that is entrusted to them, and people who gradually build their trust in governments to provide what they promise, and in return are willing to contribute their taxes, their time, and their energy into building a society for everyone. And in terms of what happens next, well, while this is the end of a journey, it's not the end of the story. So the UK recognises the strategic role of Nigeria in Africa and in the world. And we are aware that Nigeria is central to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and the world will not meet them unless they are met in Nigeria. And governance is at the heart of the SDGs. And of course, as a governance advisor, I heartily recognise and applaud this. So the UK will continue to stand by you. It will continue to support the people of Nigeria to tackle old and new governance challenges. And we will do that through our recently launched new programme, which is the Nigeria Governance and Climate Programme, the NGCP. Although I understand we might be changing the name to PACE, but I will leave you to work on that one. So we are not going away. We are still here. We will still continue. And as the context and times evolve, we will try our best to evolve with you and with the needs and wants of the Nigerian people and counterparts. So coming to the end of my words here, welcoming you, I am humbled by the positive feedback that we have received from our partners. And I want to reiterate my appreciation to the states, to federal government, to civil society organisations, to the National Assembly and state assemblies, to programme teams, to my colleagues at FCDO for making this programme a success. We can't do any of this without you. And so once again, thank you for your enormous contributions, your partnership, your hard work, your dedication. I feel very proud, and I hope you feel proud, to carry with you the contributions that you have made to the people's lives that you have touched. And I look forward to the continuing story of governance in Nigeria. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Can I just please call for a round of applause for her one more time? My takeaway from all that you've said this morning towards the end of these remarks and tone setting that you just did, they'll stand by us and will be there for us in Nigeria. Please, let's give them another big round of applause. What could be a better commitment than that? We appreciate you and we doff our hearts for you and all that you've done for Nigeria and will continue to do for Nigeria in different other ways. Let's recognize very quickly Dr. Mary Painga is a chairperson at the Adamawa State Planning Commission. We'd like to welcome you. Please, a round of applause for her. Where you're seated, we'd like to appreciate you, ma'am. We also have from Yobe State, the technical advisory team from the Office of the Governor, Malam Baba Ali Mohammed, Secretary, Yobe State Technical Advisory Team. Can we please give them a round of applause as well? I also have it on good authority that more of the commissioners from Kano State are joining us. They also just arrived, but as soon as they get into the hall, we'll recognize them already. We have recognized the Commissioner for Environment and Climate Change. Thank you so very much for being here this morning. As we move on, let me quickly remind us that this event is beginning to gather momentum, but there's an aspect of this event that has to do with the conversation around the topic for this morning: governance reform in Nigeria, challenges, opportunities, and solutions. We have a man who is very gifted, who is going to be chairing this panel. But just before we bring up the panel for this conversation, I'd like us to please, first of all, get to invite the chair and the man who will also conduct this conversation. Please do us a favor as we welcome Dr. Joe Abba, OON, as he comes over to his seat. Permit me to bring you up to speed to knowing who truly Dr. Joe Abba is. And I'm going to abridge this, it's quite intimidating. Dr. Joe Abba, DIA's Country Director for Nigeria, is an internationally recognized expert in governance and institutional reforms, political economy analysis, and change management between 2013 and 2017. He was the Director General of the Bureau for Public Service Reforms in Nigeria Presidency. Before becoming Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms in 2013, Dr. Abba led several international development programs for various donors prior to returning to Nigeria in 2003. He was at the forefront of governance reforms in the United Kingdom and including driving public service reforms from the Prime Minister's Office of Public Service Reforms in the United Kingdom Cabinet Office. Even outside of government, Dr. Abba continues to contribute to governance improvements in Nigeria and worldwide. He was on the Presidential Steering Committee on Digital Identification and contributed immensely to developing Nigeria's National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Abba's expertise remains in demand across the world. In November 2022, he joined the faculty of Balavante School of Government at Oxford University to train the new government of Brazil that took office in January of 2023. He was also the 2023 keynote speaker at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Africa Innovative Conference in April of 2023. In December 2023, he was appointed a visiting fellow of practice at the Blavatnik School of Government at the Oxford University. Just because I'm abridging it, Dr. Abba was honored with the prestigious Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON Award. This recognition conferred on him by the former and immediate past President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, and gazetted in September 2023. It also underscores that Dr. Abba's substantial contributions to public service and national development are not gone unknown. Dr. Abba is a barrister and solicitor at the Supreme Court of Nigeria and a solicitor of the Supreme Court of England and Wales. He also holds certificates from the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University and from the London Business School. The national honor of the Order of the Niger is PhD on governance and public policy analysis and from Netherlands, Masters in Business Law, London Guildhall University, United Kingdom, and Bachelors of Law from the University of Calabar in Nigeria. Just to abridge it, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the chair of the session for this panel of this conversation around governance reform in Nigeria, Dr. Joe Abba, OON. I'd then like to invite my colleague who will be handling this segment of our program, my dear sister and friend, Habiba Isiaku Njida, Knowledge Management and Communications Facilitator for Perl ARC. Please let's welcome her with a round of applause as she takes charge of business from here.
Thank you very much, Andy. Good morning, everyone. I'll be inviting our panelists who will be joining Dr. Joe Abba for the panel discussion. The first person on our list is Right Honorable Samuel Ikong. Please join me in welcoming Right Honorable Samuel Ikong to the panel discussion. So Honorable Samuel Ikong is a distinguished economist and seasoned politician with a strong legislative background. He has championed autonomy for the legislature and advocated for key reforms. His leadership as chairman of the Conference of Speakers of Nigeria and experience as Speaker of Akwa Ibom State and member of the House of Representatives demonstrates his commitment to effective governance and democratic principles. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist is Barrister Romy Mom, President of Lawyers Alert. Join me in welcoming Barrister Romy Mom to the panel discussion. Romy Mom is the President of Lawyers Alert, a legal and human rights non-governmental organization supporting vulnerable groups in Nigeria. He is an expert in citizens' engagement, influencing government programs and policies. As a former Federal Commissioner for Human Rights at the Police Service Commission, he championed police accountability. Romy was also Nigeria's country director for global rights, fostering community engagement and civic participation. Within Perl, he served as federal team leader for the Engaged Citizens pillar of the Perl program, and earlier as federal program manager for the State Accountability and Voice Initiative, supporting civil society efforts. A human rights lawyer, he has chaired the Nigerian Bar Association in Benue State and now focuses on strategic impact litigation to advance the rights of vulnerable groups. Welcome, Barrister Romy Mom. Thank you, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Otive Igbuzo, the Executive Director, African Center for Leadership, Strategy and Development. As Dr. Otive joins us on the panel, you should know that he is the founding Executive Director of the African Center for Leadership, Strategy and Development, and General Overseer of the Palace of Priests Assembly. He has served as Chief of Staff of the Deputy Senate President, International Head of Campaigns for Action Aid, and Country Director of Action Aid Nigeria. He was also a Commissioner at Police Service Commission and Program Coordinator for the Center for Democratic and Development. Dr. Igbuzo has published extensively on democracy, gender, and development, authoring several books and academic works. He holds degrees in pharmacy, public administration, and international relations, and a PhD in public administration. He is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the Institute of Strategic Management, sitting on several boards. In 2012, he was appointed to the United Nations Global Network of Men's Leaders to end violence against women by Ban Ki-moon. Welcome, Dr. Otive. Our next panelist is Hajia Hadiza Bala Usman, the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, Head of the Central Delivery Coordination Unit. Hajia Hadiza Bala Usman became the first female managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority in 2016, having previously served as Chief of Staff to the Kaduna State Governor. Her career includes roles at the Bureau of Public Enterprise as Special Assistant on Project Implementation to the FCT Minister, CEO of Abuja Enterprise Agency, and Senior Management at Etisalat. She co-founded the Bring Back Our Girls movement. Hadiza also served as Vice President, African Region, of the International Association of Ports and Harbors, and Vice Chair of the International Maritime Organization's Facilitation Committee. Currently, she is the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination. She holds a BSc in Business Administration from Ahmadu Bello University and a Master's in Development Studies from Leeds University. Welcome, Ma. Our next panelist is none other than Ben Akabweze, the Director General Budget Office of the Federation from June 2016 to 2024. Former Director General. So Mr. Ben Akabweze served as Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation from 2016 to 2024, following a brief role as Special Advisor to the President on National Planning. He was previously Lagos State Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget under Governor Bola Tinubu and Babatunde Fashola, Governors Bola Tinubu and Babatunde Fashola. Before his public sector career, he had a career in auditing, accounting, consulting, and banking, spanning over 23 years in various organizations, including Pricewaterhouse, Nigeria International Bank, Fidelity Bank, United Bank for Africa, NAL Bank, where he was Managing Director, CEO from June 2000 to December 2005. Ben holds a first-class degree from the University of Lagos and certificates from Lagos Business School and Harvard Kennedy School. Please join me in welcoming Ben Akabweze to the panel. The last but not the least on our panel today is Dr. Folashade Omolara Yemieson, CFR, Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, former Head of the Civil Service of the Federation from September 2019 to August 2024. Dr. Folashade is an ardent reformer known for her visionary leadership in the Federal Civil Service, where she served until her retirement in August 2024. She graduated as the best BDS student from the University of Ibadan and holds master's degree in health planning and management and public and international relations, both with distinctions. In her over 2 decades in the health sector, she held notable roles, including coordinator of the Oral Health in Schools program, liaison officer for West African Health Organization, and director of health planning, research, and statistics. Appointed as permanent secretary in 2012, she pioneered several reforms, including the automation of workflows in the Ministry of Information and serving on the boards of NLNG and Bonigas Transport. As head of the civil service from 2019 to 2024, she led digitalization efforts, developed standard operating procedures, and introduced ISO certification in the civil service. Her service earned her numerous accolades, including the conferment of Commander of the Federal Republic, National Productivity Order of Merit, and the Nigeria Excellence Award in Public Service. She is a member of several professional institutes, including Institute of Directors and Chartered Institute of Personnel Management. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Folashade. So thank you very much. At this point, I'll hand over. Yes, he should. So, yeah. So, sincere apologies. We missed out the introduction of Dr. Tayo Adeloju. Yes. So as we pull up the brief introduction of Dr. Tayo, please permit me to recognize the presence of Professor Suleiman Mohammed, representing Professor Ayo Omotayo, the Director General, National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. Thank you. Also, joining us is Professor Olalekan Yunusa, the former Honorable Commissioner, Planning and Budget, Osun State, Nigeria. In our midst also is the Nolge National President, Comrade Olatunji Ambali. Yeah. We also have Dr. Innocent Mebiri, the Clerk Senate Committee on Constitution Review. Also with us is the Director General of Dawn Commission, Mr. Seye Oyeneye. So back to our panelists. We have Dr. Oluwatayo David Aduloju, the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. A round of applause as he joins us. So Dr. Tayo is Africa's foremost private sector-led think tank and policy advocacy group. He's the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Africa's foremost private sector-led think tank and policy advocacy group, a policy entrepreneur, strategist, economist, scholar, teacher, and global development expert. He is most sought after for his competencies and capabilities in translating strategic agendas into results. Before his current role, he served as the Chief Operating Officer and Senior Fellow, Economic Policy, Strategy, and Competitiveness at the NESG, and Okun Model Economic Fellow for Africa and the Middle East. His over 2 decades of experience and track record demonstrate his commitment to developing and advising leaders, organizations, and nations to stimulate performance, sustainability, governance, and impact across private, public, and non-profit sectors. Dr. Tayo has worked across several economic, social, and political reform areas and sectors across Nigeria, 14 other African countries, and the Middle East, where he has advised business executives and heads of government, including former President Yar'Adua and Obasanjo. Tayo holds 6 academic degrees, including a doctorate degree in economic policy and public administration, with an impactful postdoctoral scholar practitioner career in economic growth and diagnostics, and multidimensional poverty analysis, economic policy, public administration, and strategic management, and a formal executive education that cuts across leading institutions like Harvard University, Oxford University, MIT, and INSEAD. Tayo is a senior executive fellow of John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. Thank you very much, Dr. Tayo, and thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, so at this point, I'll hand over to our moderator, Dr. Ju Abba.
It's on.
Okay. Thank you very much. You want to try this again? Okay. This one is working. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to all my panelists Everyone on the panel is a brother, sister, or colleague, but I only have one Oga on the panel. That's why I gave up my seat for Dr. Folashade Yemi, because as we say in Nigeria, once an Oga, always an Oga. So you're very welcome, man. Let me start by just commending FCDO for these projects that they've designed. When some of us looked at the design of the project, it looked so complex that we wondered how it was ever going to be delivered. I think it's to the credit of FCDO that they had the foresight to design this project in the way that they did, where a number of different service providers were working together towards a common purpose, which was to strengthen governance in Nigeria. As the country director for DAI in Nigeria, I'm particularly proud that we implemented the accountable, responsive, and capable governance pillar, thank you, of the project. And I also want to commend my national team leader, Ifeanyi Peters Ugwoke, and his entire team for the sterling work that they've done. And also my brother, John Mutu, for working together with our ARC program to ensure the success of this program. As I said, I have one Oga on the panel, so that's where I'm going to start. And I'm also going to start by congratulating you, Ma, on a very successful tenure as head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Very well done. You know, I've always been proud of you. I remain proud of everything you've done as head of service. So very well done, Ma. So we have about 70 minutes or so to discuss governance reform in Nigeria and to think about the challenges, opportunities, and solutions. You've had the uncommon privilege to be head of the Civil Service of the Federation for a little over 5 years, working with 2 presidents. So I don't know of any better person to kick us off with the conversation and respond to the question that what are the key challenges facing governance reform in Nigeria today, and how can they be overcome? What priorities must we focus on?
Thank you very much. My brother, I need to correct you. I'm not your Oga, but your sister. Thank you very much for the kind words. Driving reforms, I just want to start on a very general note. Driving reforms in Nigeria is not different at all from driving reforms anywhere else in the world. The challenges are the same, they're similar. Because in practice, we visited quite a number of countries to find out if Nigeria was a special case or not. And we found out that virtually every country have the same challenges as we have here in Nigeria. We're not a different species. Now, talking about the challenges, I think the biggest challenge we have when we're driving reforms is the mindset and the resistance to change. Once you are used to a certain method, a certain way of doing things, and a new method comes in, we are not ready to even give that new method an opportunity. We want to tear it down, we want to pull it down immediately. So I think that might be the biggest challenge. There are several other challenges, but the one that has to do with the mind, I think, is the one that is the biggest and the one that we need to tackle the most. Other challenges might be funding of the processes, shared visions, political buy-in to the reform processes, and knowledge, the know-how. When you come with a new idea, do you have people that can drive that new idea? Are they ready to learn anything about the new idea? So the challenges, I think, are enormous, and they're quite a number. But in my opinion, I think the biggest obstacle is that of the mindset, having to deal with changing the minds of Nigerians. If they're used to doing it this way, how do we get them to change that mindset? And what do we do about most of these challenges? I think communication is key. And I learned over the years that you don't just communicate a new concept once. It has to be a continuous thing. And then you also need to communicate with different groups. You need to identify the different stakeholders that will work on that new idea and communicate same to them over and over and over again. Get their response, get their buy-in, then re-communicate again. Because driving reform without the involvement of the people that are supposed to work on it, or the people that are at the receiving end of the reform, will not make that reform successful at all. So communicating the idea is one. Ensuring that they have a shared vision, they agree with that vision that the reform wants to achieve, and then allowing them to be a part of the reform is also very, very key. Get their own ideas, incorporate their own ideas into whatever reform process that you want to drive. I think once you are able to do that, then the other things, because if the politicians or our leaders understand why you want to reform a certain area, then they make funding available, then the support is there. So I think communicating to the different people is key.
Thank you very much, Ma. You talked about the need for a change in mindset and the fact that mindset is often a barrier to reforms. And one of the changes in mindset that I noticed about your tenure as head of service was how you were able to reach out to a diverse range of partners. Many heads of service would have related very well with international donor organizations, but your mindset was different. You also related particularly with the private sector. I remember that you were co-chair of our policy commission with the NESG. You've done a lot with the Aigimokwede Foundation to support the capacity building of public servants and the measurement of progress in the public service. How have you been able to do this? How has these international partnerships and private sector partnerships contributed to your work in driving more effective governance in Nigeria?
I think talking about the mindset as a public servant, I think the important thing is to recognize that you are there to serve the public. And the private sector, the international partners are part of the people you are there to serve. So if you don't work with them, then your service is not complete. And the private sector, I'll start with the private sector. The private sector is the loudest complainant when it comes to the public sector. So it's important to hear why they're complaining so much about the public sector, and then try to work with them to correct those anomalies. So it is all part of, engaging all your stakeholders. We need to open up our boundaries to work with all the stakeholders. The development partners, for example, they come with good ideas, But if we don't engage them technically, you know, they don't understand the climb in which we work in. They don't understand the peculiar problems that we have. But engaging with them, working with them, being partners, you know, partnerships for me, partnerships is key. We cannot develop or engage in reforms without having good partnerships. We need to strengthen our partnerships, and particularly with development partners. They have a lot of expertise. They have a lot of experience. But translating that into the local context is important, to work with them, to hear what they want, advise that this is the way, if this is what you want to achieve, this is the way to go about it, you know, so that both the government and the development partners will have the same goal, the same vision, and achieve everything.
Thank you very much, man. And thanks for going into that level of detail to explain how you were successful in doing this. Because a lot of the time when you ask a Nigerian, how did they manage to be successful, they will usually answer, "Na God." I'm glad
of
you
course,
went beyond
God
that.
played a big
God
role.
also played a role. Yeah. Thank you, man. I'll go next to my brother, Barrister Romy Mom. Romy, the former head of service, has talked about the importance of communication, inclusion, and ownership when we're driving reforms. What would you say are the major obstacles to citizen participation and engagement in governance processes in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you so very much, and thank you, Head of Service, for the mindset you've talked about. I think it's really an issue. But I'll just digress a little in terms of what I see in the field when we work at community levels. Oftentimes when we talk about engagement, we focus it on a certain class, on a certain segment of the society, which is you and I. But I guess the most important thing is when you go to the grassroots, that is where the engagement, if it happens, would really, really bring about the issues of what we desire and what we think it should be. So when we talk about obstacles, what are the obstacles at that level? I recall once I was talking to a woman in a rural area, and as a human rights lawyer, given the fact that she had suffered some violations, I was telling her we could sue the government. And she looked at me, she was bemused, and she said, "Sue the government? How can I sue the government? The government owns me. The government is my father. It's not possible. You don't sue government." That shows information, knowledge is critical. And that is what is lacking often at the rural level, at the grassroots level. And so it makes engagement with government very difficult. And even when you look at the contemporary Nigeria, when we have this information also, oftentimes it's just data. Because information being data needs to be harnessed into knowledge that can then be translated into power to engage. And oftentimes we lack the skills. So at times the processes, the mechanisms and all of that is not very well known, and it kind of obfuscates or blocks the engagement with government, as it were. From the field, I will also add something that I think is equally very important, that the issues of economic empowerment. Oftentimes, because we are known, and I say, to be the poverty capital of the world, I don't know how true that is, but when you look at the fact of a person trying to survive from day to day, they see engaging government as a luxury. You're just trying to survive, you know, so you don't want to go through the processes of going to see the legislator, possibly who is in the city, and you're down there and all of that. And even when you go, the red tapeism to see your legislator also becomes an issue. So all these are small decimals, but very critical ones that, you know, blocks and stops the engaging with government by a citizen, and it should be. And what we also talk about our social inclusion, the ownership you talk about, and all of that, it can be better. It can be better. And when we do engage again, what are the results that comes back? When you look at the last elections, for example, we have over 93 registered voters in our country. So that's the statistics. But how many persons did actually vote? Less than 30%. In fact, 26% were involved in actually going to vote. So when there is no returns with regard to governance, the apathy begins to set in. It doesn't matter what I do, there won't be anything in return. So accountability to the citizens, transparency, and all of that are key in enhancing engagement with government.
Okay. Thank you, Romy. So I as someone that studies these things, I've seen civil society progress a lot in the last few years in their ability to gather their own data, their ability to interpret data from government and use that to hold government to account. How can civil society organizations like yours address some of these challenges that you've outlined?
And you're very correct, Dr. Joe. I think civil society has really grown in leaps and bounds in the last decade in this country. The moment we're able to meet the challenge of not engaging the military, to engage in a democratically elected government, once that challenge was, achieved, or once we overcame that challenge, the issue of engagement has been really very good. But I think what we need to continue to do is continued advocacy in several ways. We need to continue to advocate for transparency, accountability, and all of that. The partnership needs to be better with government. So it's not just partnership amongst civil society groups themselves, but with government. And I think the OGP and other mechanisms that Perl particularly worked on were very, very good platforms to enhance this engagement. And we've seen that translate into very measurable gains, as we're talking about, for example, in Jigawa and other states in this country. So that is really very key. But again, I think that civil society owes the Nigerian, when I say the Nigerian now, the ones I was talking about earlier, at the grassroots, adequate and continued intense civic education and engagement. That is lacking, and that is why there is that big bridge, or there's that big gap between the grassroots community and us. Oftentimes we meet and talk to ourselves over and over and over and think we're talking to Nigerians. The Nigerians civil society groups we talk about are those that are in the rural areas, and I think that is where civil society groups need to go there, take out a lot of civic education. Government needs to support civil society groups. Oftentimes, the donors, when I say donors, are the international organizations that come in. But government also has a responsibility in funding civil society groups to do what government cannot do, because civil society groups are the ones at the grassroots. I think for me, those are some of the issues.
Thank you, Romy. I think as someone who's been in government, I'll also say that the issue of attitude is also important. I think most government officials will simply shut down if the attitude of the civil society is to see the person in government as the enemy. I think if the attitude is one of, look, we're in this together, we're fighting the same cause, we're trying to deliver the same development, it makes it a lot easier for that engagement to happen. Of course, there are times our civil society needs to call out government when things are not happening the way they should. But I think a recognition that public servants are doing very difficult jobs in very difficult circumstances would also lead to a more mature dialogue between the two. I want to go next to Right Honorable Samuel Ikon, who is the chair of the Conference of Speakers. And Right Honorable Sir, I had the privilege Okay, who was the chair of the Conference of Speakers? I had the privilege over the last few years to work very closely with a number of speakers, particularly with regards to the World Bank and Federal Ministry of Finance SIFTAS program that rounded up a couple of years ago or so. And I saw firsthand the role of the speakers in getting the reform legislations in place that will enable the states to meet the development-linked indicators that they were trying to meet. So I'd like you to talk to us a bit more about how effective legislation can enhance transparency, accountability, and citizen engagement in governance.
Okay, this one is on now. First, it's important we understand that the duties of the speaker is about the most difficult one. In the executive, the governor gives directives and everybody follows. The president gives that, but you are just first among equals. So your ability to galvanize the support of your members towards a certain objective shows your dexterity and your competence in managing the legislature. So we'll look at this issue within the three major objectives or major duties of the legislature: lawmaking, budgeting, and oversight. Now, ensuring that enhancing transparency and accountability and citizen engagement in effective legislation. First, we take lawmaking, which is a major function of the legislature. How are the citizens involved? The bills that are passed, are there public hearings that allows the citizen to have that engagement, that contribution to what you are going to pass as a law to affect them and impact on their lives? Recently, we've noticed via the reforms, a lot of bills do have the public hearing component. Before the legislators will go in, someone sponsors a bill, first, second, third reading, and it is passed. But recently, you will notice that almost every bill, there is a public hearing. This allows the civil society, the various interest groups relevant to that legislation to make their own input. However, it is important to also follow up to ensure that the final thing that comes out captures the positions that you are enunciated during the public hearings. It's not just enough to attend a public hearing and then give your views and then go. You should attend the session where the report is to be led, and thereafter you follow up with the committee before it gets to the committee of the whole, where the bill is passed into law. On the issue of budgeting, it's important too that the citizens look at what has been sent to the House vis-a-vis how this impacts on their communities and even as individuals too, and then engage the budget committees before it gets to the committee of supply. That could ensure that the citizens are engaged and their inputs do matter. The third ground is the issue of oversight, which is very critical in ensuring that transparency and accountability is enforced. How do you participate? For instance, a committee on water goes to check what has been done under that budgetary provision. How many of the media team follows? How many of the civil society groups relevant to that follow to ensure that what is seen on ground is what was in the budget. And we must also understand that it's not just enough to lift the budget and talk about it. There's the budget side, and then there's the approval and release side. So you must first cross-check what was released. At times people speak about, oh, they budgeted 2 billion for this, they've stolen it, perception issues. But when you go, you will see that only 200 million was released. So you must first look at the release before you begin to condemn or criticize what was done. So these are the few ways that citizen engagement can ensure transparency through legislation. You must look at the laws that are made, how has the citizens been involved, what input have they put into it, the budgetary provisions, how has the citizens' interest captured in it, and then the oversight to ensure that this is properly done.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. You've actually already also answered what was going to be my second question, which was about how citizen civil society can demand better governance and reforms by participating in public hearings, by looking at budgets, by tracking releases.
On citizen participation, that's the backside of it now. I won't repeat the one for the lawmakers because it's already the legislators. But it is important that I like talking from my heart. At times people don't like it, but if we want to move forward, we must tell ourselves the truth. The citizenry has not helped issues. Why? People want to contest for offices. You know this person is incompetent. But because he visits you in the night or in the day or in the afternoon with some pecuniary interest, you vote for him. And then soon after, you are the one complaining. We must tell ourselves the truth. How can you ensure effectiveness? How can you ensure transparency and accountability? You must hold those you vote for to account. You must be able to determine when election comes that this person is more competent than this one. It's always very sad that you go to the legislature, you spend your time working hard for your people, doing the best you can for them, ensuring that they get projects, they get programs. But the next election cycle, someone that is not as competent as you, that will not do anything for them comes, and he defeats you. Because they choose the person. And you look at all the efforts you had put in the last 4 or 8 years just dwindle and go off. And then the same citizens turn around and shout, the government is not working on this. We must help ourselves. So the citizens must form themselves to that level that they can call for accountability. They can call for, what are you doing? And then they use their votes wisely in the next elections. On the civil society side, you must be able to galvanize the citizens, educate them, and give them the necessary information on how to demand for accountability. It's not just enough for civil society groups to complain, hold media briefings, and so on. How much sensitization, how much of citizen education have you done to help them arrive at these decisions when an election cycle comes? You'll be shocked that you go for campaigns, you're busy telling the citizens what your views are, what you will do, and how you will do them, and somebody tells you, you leave all this grammar, what did you bring? And then the same person will complain after a year or two. So it's a give and take thing. We must be able to tell ourselves the truth. If you want things to work, you must have a framework, you must have a basis, a minimum standard you expect. And if the person cannot meet that, he's voted out. The next person will know that if he cannot meet that standard, he's also going to be voted out. So it's not just enough to condemn the legislature, have the perception, oh, rubber stamp. For instance, the subnationals. People always talk about the State House Assembly being rubber stamp. Rubber stamp. It's a perception thing. Do you want trouble? The only way you would think they are working is when they are fighting the governors. What will the fight bring to the common man? So if the legislatures let us see that what the governor is doing is in line with the benefit of their constituents and agrees with them, just like the National Assembly.
Yeah.
And then we say they are rubber stamping. It's a perception issue.
Yeah, thank you. I think you've highlighted the, the very important point that the ultimate sanction that the citizen has is the ability to vote out anybody that is seeking, that has sought elective office and has not performed. And that's why free and fair elections are so important in everything that we do. I want to go next to Hadiza Bala Usman. I had the privilege last November of moderating the presidential retreat for ministers and permanent secretaries. And Mr. President introduced Hadiza to the ministers and said, this is Hadiza Bala Usman. She's the one that will be telling me which minister is working and which one is not. And if you have any problems with Hadiza, come to me. So since then I've been boasting. You know that powerful Hadiza Bala Usman? Now my sister, I've known her forever. So Hadiza, I want to ask about, you are of course very integral to driving the key reforms that government wants to put in place and ensuring that they actually deliver to the promises that the government has made to citizens. How do we ensure that the effects of these reforms are seen by the citizen on the street, including people from marginalized groups, people with disabilities, young people particularly who make up a majority of our population, people who may not ordinarily have access to you in the same way that I do. How do we make sure that all of these reforms resonate with them and they can feel its impact?
Thank you very much, Joe. And I'm not powerful at all. I'm struggling to get work done. So thank you for your graciousness. And one of the important things around recognizing the need and the process of capturing marginalized groups for us as a government is insisting that all ministers have quarterly stakeholders meetings. And across those stakeholders meetings, you're required to ensure all the aspects and core component of what constitutes your stakeholders are part of it. And in doing that every quarter, you'll be given that latitude to enable you really drill down, because before you're done with Q1, Q2 is here. So that continued engagement that the president has mandated is part of what we feel is integral to recognizing all the relevant stakeholder groups within a cluster of a sector. And indeed, these stakeholder groups, stakeholder sessions are part of what we assess with ministers. So you're required to do those stakeholder meetings, and you're required to make submissions, and our team participates in your stakeholder meetings just to know how much drill down you have. The other aspect of recognizing marginalized groups that we've done is noting that the subnationals and indeed local governments are where the core of development sits. And this government has been driving the recognition of local government autonomy and also pushing to understand that community and the grassroots and the micro level of governance is where reforms would be able to translate into actual improvement of the livelihoods of Nigerians. So noting that and pushing it and ensuring that it's done is one of the things that our administration has sought to do. Across the board in the clusters of, for example, youth clusters, persons with disability clusters, we as Central Result Delivery Coordination Unit have made specific and targeted deliveries across all ministries to recognize those groups. So for example, we have some cross-cutting deliverables around such groups where every ministry is required to sort of have that provision where persons with disability are recognized. And within, for example, the youth cluster, we've also initiated a coordination mechanism where all the youth initiatives are being monitored and coordinated. We have various pockets of youth initiatives that sit across various MDAs. And in not coordinating it, you have not been able to define the different buckets of where you recognize youth initiatives. So what we've done is developed a framework where there are 3 categories of youth that need the necessary support, and all such initiatives have to sit across these 3 buckets. And those 3 buckets have to be coordinated and recognized. That way we're not operating within one particular bucket, or there are categories of out-of-school children, out-of-school youth that do not have numeracy and literacy skills. There are others that have graduated from college and are looking for opportunities, and there are different buckets. So these 3 categories are where we need to sit our initiatives in recognizing those type of reforms being very targeted and recognized. The other aspect is also the National Assembly has recently passed the bills for 2 additional regional development commissions. So we have the Southeast Regional Development Commission and the Northwest. So when you look at those commissions, they seek to recognize the peculiarities in each region and to provide government with necessary information of what that particular region requires to enable it provide the necessary reform and the necessary incentives to support growth within that area. And those bills have been passed. Executive government is taking those to ensure that we fully implement and deploy the structures for those regional development commissions to enable executive implement and note the peculiarities of those regions. So one is on the specific issue of marginalized groups, speaking to persons with disability, the larger recognition of local government autonomy, ensuring governance reaches the grassroots, and also the regional differences that we have, and making concerted efforts to see what economic and governance initiatives will be deployed across our various regions.
Okay. Thank you, Adiza. Listening to Right Honorable Ikon and Rami Mom, they emphasize the issue of citizen engagement, and the former head of service also talked about engaging all stakeholders and how important that is in driving change. What innovations can we use to improve public sector efficiency and enhance the ability of citizens to engage?
I think one of the things that our former head of service had done is to institutionalize our electronic document management system. So those innovative initiatives are one of the things that will foster and I think facilitate us having a robust governance system that is innovative. The other aspect of citizens engagement sits with, for example, we have a citizens delivery tracker. This is a tool that the Central Result Delivery Unit has had over the years, which we relaunched last year. It enables citizens participate in governance. It provides citizens the avenue where you can look at each minister, what is the deliverable for example, the Minister of Education, very specific to the granular level of the indicator that is expected to be measured on. So you're able to see that, and you're able to make comments to say that on delivery 5, in my community, that has not been done. So having those granular aspects of deliverables and mandates of ministers being out in the public and engaging citizens and asking citizens to participate and provide us with inputs of what it is that you have seen and what it is that you've expected, one of the, I think, key drivers. And I think recognizing you have the Open Government Partnership, we have structures where governance has platforms to engage with citizens to provide that dialogue. And luckily for us, we have a president that is really keen to know what citizens are doing. And one of the things that he always asks me is that, what are people saying? What are people's response to X policy? What are people talking about as it relates to the government and what they're doing? So we gave him feedback on what is in the Citizens Delivery Tracker platform, which we encourage people to upload their comments because we share it with him. We've also installed his dashboard in his office so he's able to have access to that, which is a core part of what drives a lot of things that we do. So noting that citizens got us here, one of the basic things I say is, once you're campaigning for people in politics, you're out there, you're seated outside your car, outside your sunroof, you're waving at everybody, and then once you're elected, you now sit back in your tinted cars and nobody sees you, the citizens are unable to engage you. So that even notion, like practical notion of how we evolve from when we're seeking for political leadership to when we get political leadership, the notion of isolation of citizens is what we need to consciously recognize and consciously engage. So this administration is keen to ensure the trust of owning that citizens got us here, and citizens must be part of what we're doing in governance, and citizens must be able to comment on what we're doing, and we must be able to take the contributions of citizens as we seek to improve the delivery of the mandate that has been given to us.
Thank you very much, Adiza. Those of you in the audience may have noticed that a piece of paper was passed to me some time ago, and that piece of paper was telling me that I had 10 minutes left. So I want to apologize in advance that I'm going to offend those that gave me the piece of paper, because I cannot have this array of talent and experience on the table and not hear from them. Some have come out of retirement to be here. Some have left very busy government positions to be here. Some have even traveled from Lagos to be present at this event. So I will do my penance later, but I will hear from all of my panelists. So please forgive me in advance. Thank you. Maybe if you clap again, they will know that you support what I've said. Okay. Thanks very much. So I'll go next to Dr. Otive Igbuzo. Otive, you've looked at things from all sides. You've led civil society organizations. You worked in government. I was very proud to chair the graduation ceremony of the leadership school that you founded a few weeks ago. So you're as aware as anybody about the governance challenges that face Nigeria. If you were to highlight specific reforms or policy changes that will start to address these governance challenges, what would they be?
Thank you very much, Joe. This is one question that I don't always like to answer.
That's why I asked it.
Yes. Because I've always been asked this question: what is one thing that you can do that can change things? And my entry point is that there is no one thing. There is no magic bullet. There are several things that are interlinked that needs to be done. But for me, the topmost is political. Scholars have agreed that everything rises and falls on leadership. So yes, I agree with Right Honorable that citizens have responsibilities, but leadership can change everything. And it's not for government, it's for all of us. Both government, private sector, civil society must do many things differently. One is participation in politics. If you look at it very well, if you look at Nigeria, you will dare see that Nigerians are doing well in many sectors. Go to the United Nations, World Trade Organization, World Medical Association, International Confederation of Trade Unions, African Development Bank, the business sector, the medical sector. You can't say Nigerians are not providing leadership. But when you come to politics, it's a huge challenge. So, one major area of reform is political. And citizens, decent people, God-fearing people, development experts must participate in politics. All the panelists, one of the issues they've raised is the issue of capacity. You know, for those of us who do advocacy, you do advocacy, you go to government officials, very educated professors, you say, look, one of the things that government need is long-term development plan. They will say, no, that is not important thing. And then that is why you see that in Nigeria, is after being a president that many people understand what needs to be done. The Buhari administration is at the 7th year that they started doing long-term development plan, Nigeria Agenda 2050. So, that is the first thing. The second is there are things that government, the people can understand and do that can change the trajectory of development in the country. One is policies. In a country where majority of the people are poor, where less than 5% have up to 500,000 naira in the bank, you will expect that all policies will be pro-poor. And one of the policies that can be pursued vigorously by government is social protection policies. We know that as of 2014, Nigeria was hosting the 3rd largest number of poor people in the world. At that time, the highest number of poor people was in India, followed by China. You know that the population of Nigeria is just about 20% that of India and China. But between 2000 and 2013, the period of 13 years, McKinsey Global Report indicated that China lifted 713 million people out of poverty. India lifted 170 million people out of poverty. And that was what made Nigeria to overtake them in hosting the largest number of poor people in the world. And what did they do? 3 things: enlightened leadership, active citizenship, and social protection policies. So if there is one thing that we must continue to advocate for, and luckily for us, since 2015, the government has taken it as priority, that is social investment programs or social protection policies. You know, you see a lot of people, we go to television and they call them social affairs commentators. They display ignorance. And we say, how do you give 5,000 naira to somebody? How can that one lead to poverty eradication? That is wastage of money, not understanding the process of social protection. The International Labour Organization has published 100 years of social protection across the world, where over 50 countries has shown how true social protection policies can lift people out of poverty. So, social protection poverty, change the budget, put money in health, education, infrastructure, and agriculture. And then we will begin to see changes. Because the main purpose of all our discussion is how government machinery can lead to delivery of goods and services to citizens. So that the primary purpose of government, that of security and welfare of the citizen, can be enforced.
Thank you, TV. So you started a large chunk of your career in civil society. Since then, you've worked in the executive as a commissioner for the Police Service Commission. You've worked in the legislature as the chief of staff to the deputy Senate president. How has your views changed about the role of civil society in deepening governance reforms in Nigeria?
Actually, my views have not changed. It actually reinforced my views that if we are to have progress in this country, we must strengthen civil society engagement. Because what you see in government is elite capture of the state. Many government people are excellent, but they are few. The majority of people, even if they want to do something, is what they want to benefit. And the private sector has not been able to become the engine of growth. And civil society, there are many things. Because, you know, society is not just about food and shelter. There are many things that are necessary for peace, harmony, growth, survival, and development of society that only civil society people are concerned with. Issues of gender equality, issues of persons living with disability, even issues of credible, free, and fair elections. I've not seen any political party organize a workshop on how to promote free and fair elections. Issues of vote buying. You know, I've not seen political parties, they struggle to buy more than the others. Issues of conservation. So there are many issues that are necessary for society, which is only done by civil society. So my views have been reinforced that one, civil society organizations need to be strengthened to carry out these functions, and two, the development of society requires the participation and cooperation of government, private sector, and civil society. And which means that even civil society need to change their approach in engaging with the private sector and in engaging with government.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Otive. I want to go next to my brother Ben Akabweze. Ben, it's been said that the budget is the skeleton of the state, stripped of all misleading ideologies. And so you've led budget reforms at state level, you've led budget reforms at federal level. And given this experience of key public financial management reforms, what do you see as the biggest problems facing governance improvements in Nigeria?
Thank you, Joe, and thank you again, organizers, for having me. You're right. I mean, I've been involved in public finance management the last 17, 18 years at both subnational and federal level, and specifically also around the budget, and have been involved in a lot of efforts to reform budget and the budget process, both at those levels. Let me put it out here. One thing that we must do if we're going to even then have these budgetary reforms sit on a proper framework is we've got to look at our constitution. The constitutional provisions regarding budgets in Nigeria are very vague in terms of where the lines fall between the executive and the legislature. And that's why you see that it's been a constant source of friction at both levels. And ultimately what happens is a lot of compromise. lot of the budgets that we have, you know, are, mostly matters of compromise rather than therefore reflecting the ideal that we should. A budget at the end of the day is a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. A budget is not, it is many things, okay, including, but one of the things a budget is, and easily the most important that is often overlooked by people, is that the budget is a moral document. It's not just a legal document. You can tell what a state or a country values by looking at its budget. And as Otife said, I mean, when you look at our, budgets, okay, and look at countries that have broken through development-wise, there's empirical evidence that the money, they've put money into their social sectors.
Yeah.
Okay, and investment in the social sector often just shows up as recurrent spending. And in Nigeria, we've got this divide between capital and recurrent, where the only goal people have, let's spend more money on capital expenditure, and that becomes an overriding goal of budgetary reforms. But what is capital spending? If we bought fancy phones for everybody in government, it will show up as capital expenditure. Okay, but that clearly delivers far less value than investment in education, investment in health, investment in social protection. So, as my brother Otife said, I think that even civil society needs to, be better educated around, these matters. Okay, and I like to say here that when it comes to budgetary reforms, and indeed most reforms, you need to build a constituency around the reforms. There's got to be, consensus around what we need to achieve through these reforms. The thing about reforms is that reforms they tend to be self-reinforcing. So success in one reform effort helps you to build that constituency in support of reforms. We do a lot of talk about reforms in Nigeria. We talk a lot about reforms, but the deal in reforms is in the doing. Okay, so, and I think that's where we need to put a lot of focus. I'm sure that my sister Lisa, through her office, I mean, that's really basically, it's in the doing. What are you doing? What are the deliverables that we're saying? It's not fancy, how fancy the reform articulation is. It's about the results that are delivered, and these results must be there must be constant assessment and adjustment in the course of reforms. Reforms must be properly sequenced and paced, not just budgetary reforms, but reforms generally.
Okay, thank you, Ben. And I agree with you that the capital recurrent discussion can sometimes be unhelpful because every item of capital expenditure has recurrent implications. Every school you build, you need to staff it and pay teachers. Every hospital you build, you need to staff it and pay doctors and nurses. So, but having said that, for a developing country like ours, yes, it makes a lot of sense that we place emphasis on capital development, because what we sometimes have is a scenario where 90% of the budget is going to recurrent expenditure and nothing is being done. And that recurrent expenditure, sometimes it can be difficult to track the productivity of that recurrent expenditure to see what it is contributing. But I want to You talked about the need to ensure that the budget results in the doing, and that it is actually the delivery of services on the ground that is the true measure of how well public finances have been used. Like we said, you've had this position both at state level and at federal level. What have been the challenges you faced in trying to get the budget to actually deliver for the people?
Thank you, Joe. First, let me underscore the point I made earlier. It wasn't to minimize the necessity to spend more in capital. In my first year as Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning and Budget in Lagos State, one of the first things that I did, instead of not to flip the ratio. It used to be 40% capital, 60% recurrent. The first year we flipped it to 60% capital and 40% recurrent, and actually made it a policy. So there is, but the point that I was making is that, people need to drill down to the nitty-gritty of what we are spending money on, rather than just focus on that broad, categorization. Okay, but you asked the question, what the most first is the ownership of the budget, to get the citizens to even own the budget. And that's why over time we've promoted, and thankfully, DFID Perl, that's been one of the areas that even when, the state and here at the federal level they supported with, which is, improving citizens' participation, supporting the effort to actually, for want of a better word, dumb down the budget. Because the budget can be very intimidating. At the federal level, when you look at the budget, it's over 2,000-page document full of numbers and all of that. Okay, so you need to reduce it to some form, simple, whatever, that don't feel intimidated with reading and engaging and owning. And so one of the things we did in the budget office in my time, one of the reforms, was to just create what we call the citizens portal, okay, on the budget office website, where citizens can engage the budget process, be part of it, not just, right from, the formulation through to monitoring and evaluation. And it included an iMonitor functionality where citizens can own the project and take ownership of the projects or programs in their communities and be able to monitor and send feedback. I think that's something that hasn't, even with best of effort, it's still, there's progress, but it's still, for many people, the average citizen, the budget is, something. So at the end of the day, the relation with the budget is, what's in my pocket? Yeah. What enters? How much of that entered my pocket? If none of it entered my pocket, then the budget really hasn't delivered. And this is where the civil society organizations need to play a greater role.
Okay. Thanks very much, Ben. And finally, I'll go to my brother and friend, Tayo Aduloju. Tayo, I don't think I've had the opportunity to congratulate you yet on assuming the mantle at NESG. So congratulations. You also have a unique blend of both public and private sector experience. And so I want you to reflect on this partnership between the private sector and the public sector, and how that can help to encourage sustainable development and governance reforms.
So thanks, Joe, and then thanks to the distinguished panel. I want to use an approach that kind of builds on what each panelist has said and use them as examples, starting with you. So when Joe was DG Bureau of Public Service Reforms, he had this brilliant idea that, look, with limited budget and investment in reforms, let's focus on the service delivery model. You know, you came to the private sector. You came to a room with business leaders sitting down and sold the idea, you know, and basically said, look, I need help. What we need to do is to track service experience. And if you participate in providing the data to track service experience, we can use that data to improve the service reform process. That birthed a broad range of David, at that time, and FCDO UK sponsored programs that truly made a difference. And then I remember you sent me off as a researcher to 18 states in Nigeria to do the patient waiting time to see doctor study, for example. That's transformative, because what happens is that the reformer automatically acknowledges that there's a private-public sector interface that allows real change to happen. And when we do that, when we, as the elite, political and business elite, create space at the interface of development, then you, in that space, create the opportunity to work. It was actually the patient waiting time to see doctors study and the baseline study on PHCN that created the basis for Passion, you know, a coalition of private sector-led entities led by Ike, Alaji, Aliko, Jimovia, and co, to say, let's get involved more deeply in transforming PHCs in Nigeria. But imagine that the reformer was blocking, it's our space, don't come in, then it doesn't happen. You know, then if you look at former DG Budget, Benakabu is from the day he came in, he was very clear. He wanted to be able to reflect to citizens what the budget was. And so I remember the first year as DG, he convened this meeting in Lagos to present the budget to the private sector. I thought they thought he was mad, you know? But he repeated it every year without fail for his entire 2 terms as DG Budget. Did that make a difference? Yes. The private sector started to use those events as the signaling for where the economy could go. We took cue. It allowed us to calibrate for investment sentiments on where we would position the economy from a private posturing and communications point of view. It affected strategy in the private sector, and that improved. Now, when the OGP then kicked in, we then had that plus a citizen's version of the budget and the citizen portal. And that then allowed us to take it further. In this decade, we built, or we have nurtured, by virtue of the space he created, entities like Budget, who are civil society entities, but with an immense competence to analyze the budget for citizens. So you need public and private leaders to agree on the space for engagement. And Perl, you know, thank you for a brilliant 8 years plus of creating a lot of that space. And so if you want to give Perl a hand, it's a good time to do it, you know, because that's the real story here. It's the space that allows for the transformation to happen. And so I hear DG Budget on the fact that, you know, the citizens didn't get it. The truth was that we economists couldn't present it well enough for the citizens to ever get it. So it took civil society to start to nurture entities like Budget, you know, like the NESG had to create some specialized vehicle. Within the OGP, we had to create a budget transparency working group to start to help to analyze the budget. And John and myself will sit down for nights thinking about how many ways to dice the budget for citizens to get it. But that's how it works. It works. So first, strategic intentionality, that development outcomes is created at the nexus of the collective capacity of society to come together. Public sector, private sector, civil society, development sector. And except we come together, we will fail at this. Second, none of us has enough resources by ourselves to change Nigeria. There's not enough money in the budget to build infrastructure. We know, you know? So that's why every government for the last 24 years has said it must be private sector led. Now the challenge is, like DG Budget keeps telling me, where's the private sector led part in the budget, okay? So what we must finish, the unfinished work, is, from the private sector point of view, you know, going to DG Budget, is can we now really create the investment framework that allows the private sector to come in? You know, and then Hadiza's, thank you so much, Hadiza, for creating this lovely citizens portal where all the ministers' KPIs are actually available. Please go check it out. It's there. And what is missing is civil society mobilizing, for example, itself to go take that database, flog it, and then come back to the special advisor to say, right, here is our feedback on KPIs, and then we make progress with it. We will make progress on purpose. It's strategic intentionality. You cannot transform a nation you don't engage. And that's what Perl has taught us for 8.5 years. You know, you transform a nation by creating collaborative platforms to get really involved. You know, and Rumi and ourselves, you know, once NSA started, I think I was sending Rumi text messages on, where's this police reform? Because it has to happen now, we'll burn the country down. But here's the sad part. When the actual police reform was happening, citizens were already jaded. So when the text of the police reform was now going through, mobilizing citizens was hard. But those were the same things that the citizens were on the streets ready to bomb the country down for. So there's still a lot of gap between what it takes to get change done and the citizen mobilization to get us there. And to our former head of service, thank you so much, man. Head of service created space for public servants to come and spend months in the private sector, and I must say, I had at least 5 or 6 cohorts of civil servants spend months with us, and they were the best civil servants that I had worked with. You know, we say civil servants, and one minister friend of mine calls them evil servants. And I'm saying they are what you make of them. Because in our environment, they became totally transformative. You know, so one of the ways we can work together is share resources. So the head of service did not build more schools. She basically sent the learning, made us the learning centers. And it came, and it's been a transformative experience for us. And we hope your successor continues with the LEAD-P program and we take it further. You know, my brother discussed the legislation at subnational. Here's the truth. Citizens are called. 99% of the time, citizens don't behave like citizens. The word mobilization actually is calling citizens into existence from their innate state to their active state. Nothing stops representative democracy from being the ones to call them into active participation. And the public hearing process and the open parliamentary principles is the way to do it. And so I just want to thank your successor, the current chairman of the Conference of Speakers, who has agreed, one, to make sure that all legislations in Nigeria will soon become digital for the 36 states of the Federation, right? And is in the process of pushing all the speakers to do so, and has asked that we collaborate to make it happen between us and the private sector, and we have said yes. So that's how it works. So the solution to our problems is not, so it's intentionality, it's allowing the collective capacity of the stakeholders to come together. And, you know, to Dr. Tibie, who baptized me into OGP, and left me there to do the hard work for 7 years. Look, you will not have governance transformation without a more open society. And a more open society is not government. There's open private sector. In other words, in the private sector, we in the private sector are agreeing to sustainability principles. We are agreeing to we can do well and do good at the same time. Because if you don't have that mindset from the private sector, partnership with government becomes rent-seeking, right? The private sector that can drive a sustainable future must come ready to do well, to do good, and to do it in a sustainable way. And it must be transparent in getting that done. Then you need an open parliament. Parliament is still too closed. You know, we need to rally around our parliamentarians to say, open it up, make it more radically inclusive. Then on the aspect of budgets, ladies and gentlemen, constituency projects is an aberration, you know, and we need to deal with what it is. If we want constituency projects, put it in the Constitution and create an earmark set of clauses on how it will be administered properly through an executive budget-making process. The current process is destructive, and the civil society has said it for decades, and we continue to say it. This will not allow us to create a budget any budget for that matter, that will be bankable and that will meet the moral and normative motivations for development. Last but not the least, I represent an institution that is 30 years of the public and private sector agreeing to have difficult conversations. And it's not because it's APC, it's not because it's PDP, it's not because it's government. Actually, it started with military men, you know, IBB, Abacha, Abdul Salam, then Obasanjo. The Nigerian Economic Summit Group was founded in 1993. But what we agreed on day one that has ensured our sustainability is the principle. Principle of reforms matter, is what makes them endure. We agreed at the beginning that when we convene, the data is sacrosanct, and the convening is based on the evidence. This has made it a non-partisan, non-political, public-private dialogue mechanism that has lasted 3 decades. It's now the longest unbroken national dialogue on the economy between government and business on the continent. And we've done it together as Nigerians because all of us agreed on the principles by which to do it. And so thank you for being part of that journey also.
Thank you very much, Tayo. I think Tayo has done my job for me in summarizing the conversations that we've had. So I won't need to go into that. It's just left for me to thank my panelists for their openness and resourcefulness, and to apologize to the timekeepers. We were given 70 minutes to have this conversation. And from my own watch, we did 75 minutes. So I'm sorry that we went 5 minutes over. I promise not to do it again. But you need to be mindful that I'm Catholic. And as Catholics, we go for confession on Saturday, we go to church on Sunday, and then we sin again on Monday. And that's how we do. So thank you very much to my panelists. Round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like that we please give them another deserving, resounding applause. Thank you very much. Please, can we invite the Chairman Speakers Conference, John Mutu and Mr. Fanny Peters. Please, let's join them. Okay, please join them as well. Let's have this group photograph. And then, of course, I know that you're eager to leave these stages, been more like you've been on a hot seat, more like. But of course, the conversations have been pretty, very, very robust, if you ask my candid opinion. And so what are we going to do next is let them come back to their sets. But I do know that having participated, sitting down painstakingly for close to 2 hours, listening to all that has been said on this side, I know that you'd want to make some input, maybe by way of some quick intervention from you, 1 or 2, because we've eaten so deep into these conversation that we have to skip the video documentary we have for us because of want of time. So if you have any form of intervention, please just by raise of a hand, we'll bring the microphone to you so you can possibly just make your thoughts known. But we'd like to welcome the Chairman Conference of Speakers of Nigeria. Please would like to welcome the Speaker, Ogun State House of Assembly. Let's please welcome the Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin. Can we please welcome him with a round of applause? Thank you so much. We were told that your flight was cancelled. Just sorry about that. It's not... Oh, yes, Speaker of your state, I was saying Ogun. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you very much. We also have my friend, brother, who has also abandoned me. Just as I say to all my friends who are in government, a friend in government is a friend considered lost temporarily. I recognize your presence, Dr. Obi Peter Adigwe, Director General, Chief Executive Officer, NIPRID, that's National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development. We welcome you. We also like to recognize very quickly the National President, Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, Dr. Audu Amba. Please a round of applause for him as well. With us here this evening, this afternoon is Dr. Adia Ode, the National Team Leader for PropCom Plus, and her colleague, Kemakolam Egere, Casey, Chief Operating Officer of the PropCom program, would welcome you. We also privileged to have with us here another great Nigerian, former Country Director, Action Aid, former Country Rep Situation Room, convener of Situation Room, and of course, the biggest voice in Bring Our Girls Back. Let's please welcome Eneobi. She's an activist. Eneobi, would like to appreciate you. And we also have with us Oiza Nicholson, as a Country Director, Palladium, Nigeria. A round of applause for Oiza. Mohammed Lawal is representing the Honorable Commissioner for Local Governments. Kaduna would like to welcome you. Honorable Nuhu Goro Shadalafia is the Chairman, Legislative Service Commission, Kaduna State, would like to welcome you. Just as we recognize Honorable Henry Mara, Chairman, House Committee on Information Development Partners and NGO, we welcome you. And then, of course, we are joined this morning by a man who has been in SLGP, who's also been in SPARC, Savvy, Perl, and just 3 days ago he got elected as chairman-elect, local government chairman-elect, Oji River local government of Enugu State. Welcome with me, Greg Anyagbudike. Please a round of applause for him. Grego, thank you very much. We also have this list of colleagues and friends and partners we must quickly just recognize. Kano State Heads of Civil Service, Abdullahi Musa, Commissioner Planning and Budget, we welcome you. Musa Suleiman Shanono is Commissioner Planning and Budget, Kano State. The Accountant General is also here with us, Dr. Abdul Qadir Abdul Salam, the Director of Public Debt Management Office. We also want to welcome you. Dr. Nasir Mahmood, Director General, Kano Primary Healthcare Management Board, would like to welcome you. Just as we also recognize Dr. Gloria Ahmed, Open Government Partnership National Coordinator, would like to welcome you, just as we also recognize Dr. Zaid Abubakar, Executive Chairman, Kano Internal Revenue Service. Can we give all of these persons a resounding applause, please? So moving on very quickly, I'd like to just inform us that for want of time, we have decided to put away the video documentary that was meant to play, but then we have time enough for just 2 or 3 quick interventions, if there are any. Interventions from us by way of wanting to... Okay, I think we can bring on... Is it okay at this point? You want to come up now? So we can have your thoughts. Chairman will be talking to us shortly, but then of course the governor of Jigawa State will be coming back in a short while, and we're expecting that the conversation and the testimonials that are meant to come will also come immediately after this break. But let me recognize the presence of Monday Obani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Special Advisor to the President of Senate on Legal Matters. Please, where you're seated, sir, you don't have a hiding place. Can you just wave at us for recognition? But we have a space for you somewhere in the second row. Mr. Monday Obani, SAN, welcome. Thank you very much. And I think if there are no interventions, then of course I have to bring my sister back to the podium. Habiba, please just come and take us through the next aspect of our engagement so we can then make time for the rest of the activities. Can we please applaud her? She's been very supportive.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. So in addition to the slight adjustment in the agenda, just as we're skipping the video interlude, we'll be moving forward the presentation by the Senior Governance Advisor, Chris Okeke. So we'll just have a minute to pull that up. He'll be giving us the program overview, an overview of the Perl program.
Good afternoon, all. Nahonga, good afternoon, all. I understand that I am holding you back from tea break, so please indulge me. Only 3 minutes, and I'll be out. Just as I walked out, I was getting this question about, so what is this program about, and how did we come about the Perl program? The slides I have here will give you a bit of history around the program design, scope, and architecture. And Joe Abbott mentioned earlier about the design of the program and how FCDU brought together different service providers to work together on this brilliant program. And so, quickly, the slides here today will just give you a brief history of how we came about it and where we are today. Next slide, please. So as you can see, Perl did not just start off on its own. Perl built on the legacies and results of different FCDO programs. And I'm lucky to say that I'm a product of 3 previous FCDO programs before I joined the other side, the bright side, FCDO. So as you can see here, all the way from 2000, we've had 3 generations of governance reform programs. And today, Perl is ending that 3rd generation. Happy to say that there will be a 4th generation, and you know the name very soon. Next slide, please. So in terms of the program architecture, we started off with the 3 pillars of the program, the ARC component, which is the government component, supporting government partners, and the civil society component, engaging with citizens and the state assembly and media. And then there was a 3rd component, the learning component. However, in 2021, because of portfolio prioritization, we had to somewhat adjust the program structure. And so since 2021, we have 4 components and then 1 closed down early. We had a social protection component, conflict and security component, elections and democracy component, and the core governance, which actually refers to the ARC and the ECP. So we've had some changes over time in the nature and architecture of the Perl program. Next slide, please. So what do we do, or what have we been doing? The Perl program essentially has focused on citizens' participation in governance process, working on budget and public financial management system, civil service reform, accountability. But above all, the overall objective of Perl has been to ensure that basic services are delivered to citizens. So at the end of this month, when we finalize our program completion review, if they have not met this objective, then they will score what? But I know that over the years, Perl has done wonderfully well, so we know that the results will be very positive. Next slide, quickly. Areas where the program has worked in Nigeria, Kano, Kaduna, Jigawa, Borno, Yobe, but also we've worked in the southeast, in the regional hubs, and I hope and I think that some of our partners from the southeast as well as southwest are here today. And then we've worked at the federal. And at the federal level, we've worked with the National Assembly, the OGP, Secretary to the Government of the Federation. So basically, in terms of footprints, our geographical footprint, we've touched almost every part of Nigeria in the 8 years that we have been delivering the Perl program. And then the final slide is around the thinking, the philosophy of the program. Because of the over 20 years of work we've done in Nigeria, we've realized that it's not just about providing solutions to services. If I remember correctly, I think it was Ben Akabweze who talked about the need for consensus building. And that has been the key principle around the work that we're doing. The former head of the civil service talked about partnership, and I think Joe mentioned that earlier. So in delivering this program, we thought, and in designing the program, we thought that the key focus really would be about focusing on issues that concern our partners and not just Perl delivering solutions. And so we focused on problems in our partner states or in the locations where the program has worked in the past 8 years. We focused and dwelled on ownership by our partners. So the results and interventions, they've been owned by our partners and not by Perl. They have identified those issues and agree with Perl. And in FCDO, we have what we call the MAF, Mutual Accountability Framework, which enables us, our partners, civil society organizations, and government partners to sit together to identify and agree areas of focus. And that is what this program has been about. Partnership has been at the heart of this program. And we hope that with the successful completion of this program and the lessons we have learned from this program, that we'll take on some of these lessons and use some of these lessons, as well as the results coming out of this, to inform our successor programs. And so, yeah, so these are the key principles around the way Perl has delivered. And so in the next session, please, this is the important thing for me. We have outlined all of these principles and the thinking and working politically approach. So if in the next session, the feedback that we're getting from partners, they don't conform to this, Ifeanyi and John, we will know that you have not delivered. So we hope that when our partners come up to talk about what results that they have achieved, we want to see that the results have been owned by them, that it has been as a result of partnership between Perl, partnership between state and non-state actors. And we want to ensure that they have learned along the way and the results and the lessons will take them forward. 3 minutes, according to my time. Thank you.
Accurate timekeeper. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that overview of the Perl program. A good introduction to the next item on our agenda. But before we do that, we have some key partners, friends, and family of the Perl program who joined us during the session. So at this point, we'd like to recognize the presence of the representative of the Honorable Commissioner of Health, Kaduna State, Dr. Abubakar Sadiq Idris, Director of Public Health. We also have in our midst Honorable Babangida Umar Ganza, Honorable Commissioner of Budget, Jigawa State. With us is also Dr. Noura Ibrahim Dandoka, the Commissioner Environment and Climate Change. We also have with us Professor Qasim Muhammad, the Director General Due Process and Project Monitoring Bureau. We have with us the Principal Private Secretary to the Governor, Adamu Muhammad Garungabas, OON. With us also is the Director Donor Coordination, Ministry of Education, Malam Babawuro Fateh. With us is also Sabo Nasser, the Chairman, Jigawa Internal Revenue Service. In our midst is also Hajia Ramatu Muhammad, Executive Secretary, Agency for Nomadic Education. We have Alhaji Aminuddin Malam, Co-Chair OGP, Jigawa State. Yeah, also from our Kaduna location, we have Dr. Mustafa Jumare, the first OGP co-chair. And we also have with us Dr. Muhammad Lawal, representing Executive Chairman, Kaduna Internal Revenue Service. So next on our agenda, we have our marketplace. As a rider to the introduction by the Senior Governance Advisor, Chris Okeke, we'll spend the next 1 hour to visit the Perl Marketplace. We have a little setup to the right of the hall, where we have snacks. You have your boarding pass with you. Using your boarding pass, you'll be able to access the souvenirs that is being prepared for you. And you take a minute to go, you take some time to go through all of our Perl products, highlighting Perl successes. We are celebrating over 8 years of elevating governance for sustainable future. So we have our success stories telling the stories from the perspective of our partners, the impact the Perl has made over the years. We also have stories telling how we have achieved those successes. And we're also telling how we have learned, we have failed fast, learned and adapted in the course of our program. And we also have tools and resources which users like you, our partners, can continue to use even after the life of the program. So we will spend the next hour, if you can just exit through the main entrance, take your right. Using your passcode, you can access your souvenirs, take your tea, enjoy our products and the conversations, network amongst yourselves, and we'll reconverge by one.
We'll reconvene by 1:40.
1:40.
We expect to have you back in the hall. Please do not go away. The conversation continues, the celebration continues. 8 years of lasting, impactful legacies by Perl. Bon appetit as you go out, but please do not forget to visit the stands. Thank you. Sound manager, thank you very much. I think we are reconvening. Would like to invite the rest of us to please come back to the auditorium because the house is hereby called to order. I would like to appreciate the movers and shakers of the industry, Chooks the General and MC Mitty, November 29. Oh, September 29. The young men you see standing in front of you are comedians and masters of ceremonies, and they've come with a DJ. They're all my associates, and they actually dictate what happens in the industry. Chooks the General, MC Mitty. He has a show here. Yes, this is Chooks, the one in front with the strapped dress is Chooks the General. Next to him is MC Mitty, and on your immediate left is DJ Fancy. These are the great guys that provides food for us, and so we'd like to appreciate you for that. But please, after this, send my money to me. Yes, MC Mitty, by the way, has a show here in this same hall, September 29th, and we hope to be part of it. We're here for Funny Bone, and it was jam-packed. We look forward to you replicating same and even bigger and better. So congratulations. My God. Thank you very much. We welcome the Chairman, Conference of Speakers of Nigeria, and who also doubles as the the Speaker of your State House of Assembly. We welcome you back. Hallelujah. Glory be to God. Just tell your designer, say, make you do this one for me. And then please tell your own to say, make you do this. I want to be able to look on that day of his show. Listen, on that day, Strokes, you might not go here now. On that day of the show, I will change twice. Where this one come out? No, me, I will change twice. I will come as a guest now. So when I wear this one, of small time I will come out. Then, if not give me opportunity at all, I'll say, this dress was made for me by MC Mitty, and he paid the designer directly. Then the one way Strokes the wear. They find me. No, how can you be looking for money? Those people, you don't have to look for money. From today on, in the name of Jesus, money will be looking for you. Amen. In Jesus' name. Amen. But let's look for you. He has somebody that can give him that 4 million. You have twinkle of an eye. You have somebody. Please, we're reconvening. Can the rest of us please join us in the hall so we can get the remaining part of this program started? We'd also want to inform you that looking at our timepiece, in less than 10 minutes or thereabout from now, we'll be having to receive again the governor of Jigawa State, who is our special guest of honor, I will be able to also listen to his testimony as to what Perl really, really means to him and the good people of Jigawa State. And I also do wish that the representative of the Governors Forum would also come around and also speak to us, especially for the states that have thus far benefited from the remarkable impact created by Perl. We'll be able to hear their testimonies as well. And commissioners that are here, we're going to be giving you, initially we had planned to allot as much as 8 minutes to each of the honorable commissioners that will be called upon to speak. But I think for want of time, we might shorten it to just 5 minutes. And I'll encourage every speaker that will. We don't mind if some of the staff and friends and associates of Perl can help us whisper to our distinguished guests that the house has been called to order for the second session of our conversation here. Please, can we get the rest of our colleagues to join us so we can get this other session started, please? Please, we've reconvened. Can we go back inside? I think we're waiting for the governor. Yeah, but he's arriving by 2. It's almost 2, yes. When the moment you get the city of Siren, so that we can invite Oga Peter to come out. Okay. Okay. So, but Mr. Peter, that's just Please, we have reconvened. Thank you, and thank you very much. The National Programs Manager, Perl ARC, Mr. Ifanye Peter Sugwoke, the Chairman Speakers Conference of Nigeria, and your team from the Secretariat, the national team leader, Perl ECP, distinguished honorable commissioners and heads of service from the various states, program coordinators for FCDO, development director, governing advisor, is it governance advisor? Senior governance advisor, beg your pardon. I quite don't have that written here, so Mr. Chris Okeke, thank you for putting us through to what exactly Perl has been and how they metamorphosed from what they were to what they have been. And I can tell you, according into George Kefi, it says, and I quote, that where and how you were born is not important, but what should be of utmost importance is what you have done with where you have been. That tells us the story of Perl today is a success story. And that is why in closing the initial segment of his program, I was quick to mentioning that it's not just lasting legacies, but it's been 8 years of lasting, impactful legacies. And I think Perl deserves another big round of applause. Just before we move on, I think because the meals were pretty very sumptuous, and someone, after taking tea break and the small chops, finger foods, donated his phone to us. And I have decided I'm returning after the meals. I'm returning the phone to the person. So if you misplaced your phone, please come with proof of ownership, and so we can give it to you. But if you must tell us what meals you ate that made you forget your phone. Thank you. Well, at this point in time, we'll be moving to a point where we share success stories from the states, that's the subnationals, to the national levels. And so it is my honor and privilege, if this person's on set, that we please invite you to take 5 minutes of your time to then share your stories with us. And the stories you share will also spur us to want to do more. And of course, we'll also speak to those who are going to get engaged with us in the nearest future to also do exactly what you did in terms of the kind of support that you give to us. And so in the light of that, I'd like to invite, in no particular order, I'd like to invite Akim Ambali, National President, Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees. Mr. Akim, comrade, I saw him earlier on. Please, or his representative in the interim, but if he's outside, perhaps taking a call, plus just help us whisper to him that his attention is needed on this side of the divide so he can take a sit. But very quickly, just whilst he's making preparations to come up, let me also invite my brother and the speaker of Oyo State, who chairs the Conference of Speakers of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin, Chairman of Speakers. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he makes his way here, please? Abdullahi Amadu, Deputy Clerk, Legislative Matters, Senate. If you're here, please, sir. Please give him another round of applause, please. Abdullahi Amadu, Deputy Clerk, Legislative Matters, Senate. Is he here or his representative? If there's anyone standing in for him, okay, he's here. Please can we welcome him with a resounding applause as well, sir. Thank you very much. We're still expecting Akim Ambali, the National President's Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees, also to join them. You know, he's a very humble man. He's just telling me that the reason why he hesitated a little bit was because I didn't add the fact that he's retired. He's retired but not tired. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Yusuf Ishaku Goje is the Kaduna State Local Government Accountability Mechanism. Please, a round of applause for him. I think you can sit on his immediate left, and then we'll bring the rest of our colleagues that are meant to be here to this other sets that are left here. Let's please welcome from Kano State, Inclusive Citizens Participation in Governance Process in Kano State, Abdul Razak Ado Zango. Please, a warm round of applause for him. When you say there is ability in disability, I think this is one proof. Please, another round of applause. Hankali. Ajaba Bangregan Sama. Yawa. Dokaoshinang. Basamala. Yes, to the next set. Dala Atafa Amishi. Can you please give him a round of applause one more time? We also invite very quickly Citizen-led budget performance monitoring enhanced transparency, Isa Mustafa Project Monitoring Partnership, and now the Exceptional Leadership and Integrity Promotion Initiative, ELIP Initiative. Please give him a round of applause one more time. Kaji kiran da na yi maka ga irin tafin da aka maka ya zama cewa kai aiki kwarai kenan. Dala saka tafa mashi. Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you, and thank you very much indeed. The only one person missing here is Akim Ambali. But of course, whilst you wait, the conversation will have to start. And because we want everyone on this side to be able to have a glimpse and catch a proper view, have a proper view of the persons on this side. I don't know if this is blocking you. If the podium is blocking you, can we take it off or we'll leave it this way? We can push it. All right. So please, can I get a hand?
Yeah, no, you go. I want to question. Go to the Tani. Is he part of the?
I don't know if the Auditor General of the Federation is still here with us. The Auditor General of the Federation? Okay, we have a representative. He is here in representative capacity. Please, can we welcome him with a round of applause? When you get up here, we'll get your full names so we can recognize you appropriately.
What's the name?
Abe Oweziarerebo is standing in for the Auditor General of the Federation. He felt I wasn't going to be able to pronounce that name, and so he said, just call it Abe O.E. I said, give it to me. Abe Oweziarerebo. Please give him a round of applause one more time. Thank you very much. And so, Habiba, please, we need you here. We need to be able to listen to the stories emanating from the states and, of course, at the national level as well. We still hoping that the Nolge president, okay, he's just making his way in here. Nolge president, sir, if you don't mind, we had invite you another one. Okay, please, if you can get the Nolge president as soon as he comes in, please do let us know. So let me have the privilege of sitting in here and handling this aspect. And I do believe that I'll be getting your support. And whilst we head into this conversation, I'd like to plead with you to please listen with rapt attention, take notes where necessary, and in case at the end of it all, questions may arise. So please put pen to paper as we listen. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I'd like to ask our project coordinator, Isa Mustafa, the Project Monitoring Partnership, now the Exceptional Leadership and Integrity Promotion Initiative, ELIP initiative, to please tell us your experience. How has it been? How has the journey been for you and the people of your state?
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the established protocol. I think I was asked to share our experience around budget monitoring and performances. So in Jigawa State, as the name calls, the new world issue around budget, as highlighted by Ben Kabwazi, is a very voluminous document and very difficult for some people to understand what it takes and even to monitor what is in the budget. However, through series of engagements, advocacies, and follow-ups, we are able to demystify the budget to the extent that an uneducated village woman can make an input into the state annual budgets. And this happened as a result of going community by community to collect, analyze the citizens' demand into the annual budgets. And when these demands were collected, analyzed, it was shared across different MDS and organization. After the passage of the budget, we also collected the approved budget, analyzed and understand the number of input reflected in the budget. Then our work started from there. We used to look at the quarterly budget performance report, look at how much resources were released, of which projects and programs. So we started trying to monitor and ensure that that particular project and programs were implemented in accordance with the project specifications and the Bill of Engineering Management and Evaluation. So when we started around 2016, 17, we met with the Director of Due Process and Project Monitoring Bureau, an agency responsible for monitoring and tracking project implementation. So we requested for the Bill of Quantities so that it can enable us to monitor the project based on the signed agreed contracts. So the reply we received then was not encouraging, so to say. They were saying it's very technical. You can't even explain what is the content of the Bill of Quantities. So we thought we make a partnership with the Nigerian Society of Engineers. So initially they said they were giving us the bill, but without any costing. We say our own priority is to see that this project was implemented as designed. So they give us the bill, and we are able to mobilize members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers so that we sit down together and simplify that content of the Bill of Quantities so that an layman, who is not an engineer, can try to use it to monitor and track the projects. So after we started, they have seen the value we are adding, and then they put it that for us to be assessing this bill of quantity, we have to be paying a stipend of 2,000 naira so that we can be collecting the bill of quantities. So in year 1 and 2, we are able to monitor about 17 projects. Then in the subsequent years, about 20, 30 projects were monitored. So based on that, we now begin to have an agreement with the Bureau, because we learned that there is a lot of issues related to project implementation in terms of the quality, in terms of supplies, in terms of the quantity and specifications. So we made an agreement that henceforth, whenever there is an issue in a particular project, that contractor will never be paid until there is a written letter from the civil society organization or community-based organization that they track and observe that abnormalities. Hence, his certificate for payment will be held until and unless a letter written from that particular communities was written to the Bureau certifying that the project has been corrected and implemented based on agreed plan. So in 2020, we also sat down and said, let us make some appraisal to see that based on this effort made by various community organizations who have been mentoring and supporting to track and monitor the projects, how many savings has been made. I remember in that particular year, we saved around 480 million. Then in the subsequent years, the amount increased. So after 3 to 4 years, then the contractors come back to their senses and understand that their payment was delayed because of some gap in their project implementation. So while the number of community-based organizations that are tracking and monitoring the project keep on increasing, then the number of issues keep on coming down, because now contractors, they are trying to ensure that they implemented all the projects based on the specific specifications and requirements. However, despite these successes, there is a lot of issues and challenges. Because, for example, there was a particular communities that they are tracking one road projects, and there's a lot of issues. I remember they called me because there's a lot of intimidation from various corners. And there's also issue of gratifications from contractors. So based on this, we have we have a training session where we put a barrier between the community members and the contractors. Therefore, any issues pertaining project implementation should be channeled to the site project consultant or site engineer, or directly to us, so that we can ensure that there is no issue of gratification in the process. Initially, we are the one purchasing this bill of quantity and shared with the interested community-based organization. But as we speak, I will never know the number of community-based organizations in Jigawa that are engaging in project monitoring, tracking and purchase of bill of quantities until and unless when Due Process and Project Monitoring Bureau publish their annual reports. Because in the annual report, they used to mention name of the community organizations that they are monitoring, that they monitor projects, the project they monitor, the observation they made, the action that have been taken. To the extent that a rural community can write a letter to Due Process pertaining a project's implementation. And they summon both the contractor, the site engineer, the client, that is the ministry responsible for implementing the project, and the members of the community to sit down together, look at the issues they raise, look at the bill of quantities. If the issues they raise is genuine, then they ask the contractor to rectify the issues. And having rectified the issues is not enough. The community members, they have to write a letter certifying that the project was implemented based on the agreement during the site meetings. So initially, the issue of budget is technical. The issue of bill of quantity is technical, it's no longer there. We are able to simplify the budget. We are able to ensure that across all the spaces of public financial management, we created a spaces for citizens to engage. And how we are able to achieve that is that based our approaches is differs, because we are not approaching the political leadership, but however the public service. We are more engaging with the public office holders, like the civil servant, because we know that they are the engine room, they are the catalyst. So our engagement is not with the political leadership. I remember this process started during former Governor Sila Lamido. After his 8 years, we have another governor, and the process continues, because we are not engaging the commissioners or the governors, but however, the permanent secretaries, the directors, and deputy directors in this. And apart from monitoring the project, we also used to monitor the services. I remember when there is an institutional feeding at health facilities. Most recently, we learned that the Jigawa state government has increased the facility.
I think you should be winding down.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not only monitoring the bigger project, but also services. Issue of facility feeding and school feeding is also one of the areas that will ensure that anybody, as far as you have a registration, and we even simplify the registration based on our agreement with different government actors, that if you have a registration with community department in your local government, qualify you to have access to all the documents, including the bill of quantities. But let me round up with one thing. This monitor is not only limited to the government. When I stepped in, I look at these pictures. I learned that there is about 125 pictures here. But when I look at it, I say, why is that spirit of co-creation? Why is that spirit of engagement? Why is that spirit of inclusion and mainstreaming? Most of these places, or all the places, are government actors. I didn't see any citizens, civil society organization, and what have you. So I think maybe our voice is not loud and clear. But I see some issue of exclusion in these pictures. Okay. It's only depicting the one side of the.
Well, I want to agree with you,
yes.
Isa Mustafa. Can we
Thank
just
you.
please put our hands together for him? I also know that in the course of doing whatever you did, there might have been some challenges. You've just enumerated some. But very quickly, would you say overall that the partnership is a very successful one? Just yes or no?
Well, I think if I say yes, I can say yes to some extent, and I can say no.
The question can be answered in both ways.
Yes.
It is, if it's a yes, then the yes have it.
Because
ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for him. It's a success story, but you also must understand that there are no partnerships in this regard that you won't have some certain challenges. I also do know what communities are capable of doing. There are instances where communities will go to a contractor who is bringing development, who's been paid to bring development to their community, would insist that ransom or whatever it is, what you call it now, compensation is paid. That for me is completely misplaced. But we'd like to appreciate you. We'll come back to you if time permits. But quickly, I'd like to get the buy-in of the Abdurazak Adozango from Kano State. Malam Abdurazak, please let's get your buy-in. There's a microphone just next to you, so you can hold it if you want, but I think it's better you don't hold it if you can talk to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, let's get to hear your own success story.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Andrew. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone, especially the Perl team, for inviting me to represent one very special part of the citizens, which is the persons living with disabilities in Nigeria, especially my state. This has shown the real inclusion of Perl in Nigeria, because we were part of it from start up to the finish. I never even expected to come to the high table and to be, I really feel honored, respected, and included. Secondly, all protocols duly and fully observed. I still remain my humble self, Abdurazak Adozango, and I represent a very large number of persons with disability, which in the world, we have almost 1 billion persons living with disability, and also 80% of them do come from underdeveloped countries such as Nigeria. And in Nigeria, from statistics we have since 2006, we have only a little after 24 million people living with disabilities. And I think with such a kind of number, it shows you that even the person living with disabilities can win elections if we do know our rights and responsibilities. Secondly, there are issues of success that are countless, especially where I belong, that is in Kano State. I can never forget the impact of Perl, because I will just take like four out of some. First, there are issues that have to do with budget process in Kano State. Previously, persons with disabilities only looked at budget process. We would just be hearing them as big words or grammar. The coming of Perl trained us, increased our capacities and knowing our rights as citizens, that we could be part of the process. We had a linkage with the Ministry for Budget and Planning, and we had series of programs and trainings together. In fact, that necessitated the need to creating a persons with disability charter, whereby persons living with disability in the 3 senatorial zones of Kano were collected, inputs of persons with disabilities were collected, despite their different types of needs. Because what a visually impaired person, or physically impaired, or hearing impaired, or person suffering from leprosy, or an albino, or spinal cord injury member will need is different from each other in terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of workplaces, and so on. So we didn't know that we could be that close to the government, and we didn't know the government could even give us a charter until the coming of Perl, and we were grateful to that. And apart from that, the processes of budget, right from input to the budget performance to the budget releases, tracking and monitoring of budget, we were all carried along. We got to know where the gaps were, and we got to feed in our inputs, and feedbacks were gotten. And in fact, as I'm talking to you, so many things are happening in Kano, and it's affecting also persons with disability. The second issue is on issue of health. No, sorry, the issue of legislation. We persons living with disability have been advocating for the Persons with Disability Commission in Kano State, and even in the whole country. Many of us came a long way, and in fact, it's like we were getting it wrong. We were going the hard way, where there were soft ways or very strategic ways we could do that. We were trained on how we could do evidence-based advocacies, and we did it to the government. And Kano State government, as I'm talking to you right now, we have a Person with Disability Commission Law 2022, and we're about to have our commission anytime in this dispensation. Then this commission will take care of issues that have to do with education, health, and the social well-being of persons living with disabilities in Kano. Then thirdly, there's the issue of health. The Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. This is one of the greatest success we got in Kano. Before the coming of Perl, persons living with disabilities would only see hospitals as houses or places or mansions where the ones who have the silver spoons or golden spoons could go. Because anytime you go to the hospitals, starting from the workers themselves, there is discrimination, attitudinal differences, and in fact, we suffer 3 types of discriminations: direct, indirect, and systematic discrimination. The direct, people call us with names, Gurgu, Macau, all these kind of names are dehumanizing. And this makes us not to even go close to these places so that we will not be discriminated. And then there is indirect, whereby you want to go and see a director or commissioner purposely, or he wants to do an interview for recruitment. Instead of putting it in the ground floor, he will take it to the 9th floor so that you will not be able to access the building. This is indirect discrimination. And it pains many persons with disabilities. And then the systematic, there are organizations that do work within the state, not only in Kano, that come and say they're always looking at people with disability in a charitable approach, whereas it's wrong. We should be looked as changes of actors of change. Because we saw it, I even saw it in myself. I never knew we could be able to drive so much change in the health sector until we were taught on how to do advocacy on what we needed the most. That's in things that had to do with basic healthcare provision fund. We went to places like Health Trust Fund in Kano, we went to Ministry of Health, we went to Ministry of Budget and Planning, and to make this, to cut the story short, we demanded for the 1% increase on the CRF. And before you knew it, it was already approved by His Excellency. And as I'm telling you, 4,734 persons with disability in Kano could access family health care in Kano.
Interesting. Please, can we make that applause for him a bit louder than that?
Then,
you have 5 minutes, and your 5 minutes is fast running out. You just have a few seconds.
Okay, then.
So you may just wish to wind down.
Okay, then,
and the question I ask to that, because we're here to share success stories of Perl's intervention and all that they've done for you, and in your state in particular, in the last 8 years. Those great legacies that are very impactful, those are the things we're talking about. And I'm happy with the way you've gone about it. But a quick one is, would you now, in rating the success story of Perl in your state, in the areas that you've also mentioned, would it be 1,000 over 100 or 100 over 100?
I don't think I have a scale for Perl for now, because as I'm talking to you, that's not the only interventions. There are still some, even on education, that's free and compulsory education. As I'm talking to you now, over many thousands of persons with disability are accessing free education, primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. So what will I say to Perl? This is the basic needs we need in Kano State. Despite population and hardships we have, people can still access healthcare, and we can also access education. I think Perl is one of the most inclusive NGO I've ever seen.
That is the success I've been waiting to hear. Please give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it a bit louder than that. Thank you very, very much. Now, before I come to the Auditor General of the Federation sitting here in a representative capacity, let me quickly get to inviting the National President, Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees. How would you say that collective voices and action has influenced the local government autonomy, especially in the areas of the various interventions by Perl?
Thank you very much.
Please, can we enhance those microphones, the table mics? Yes, please.
Let's appreciate the Perl as an organization who came on board at the most appropriate point in time. We had a vision. We want local government to be financially autonomous, politically autonomous, and administratively autonomous. We had the vision, but we need the technical backup. We need policy formulations, and even we need those that will upscale our agitation to make sure Nigerians buy into these visions. This is where Perl really supported us. And again, we are having issues with different partners because we are from different sides. Even the agitation had some opposition inside, but Perl was able to come up with an idea of bringing all of us together on the round table, the NUT, the Medical Health Workers Union, and NOGI, and that really helped a lot. And again, that has led us to having a collective voice and collective agitation to mobilize Nigerians to buy into the agitation of actualizing local government autonomy. And again, Perl has acted as technical partner to make sure that highs were broken at the legislative level and even at top government level.
And today, it has become a positive history. We want to appreciate Perl. And without coming together, the actualization of financial autonomy may be a long dream. But we thank God Almighty today. But having done that, our regret is that Perl is winding up, because we need sustainability of this policy. And again, we need somebody to also assist us in having ownership of this achievement. Our belief is that with their push, with their support, the issue now in the mouth of an average Nigerian is local government autonomy, local government autonomy. We appreciate God Almighty for that. That is why we believe together we can achieve. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Nolge President Akim Ambali. Well, thank you very much for your input there. Now, the representative of the Auditor General of the Federation, you are aware of the activities of Perl. In the last 8 years, it's been success and success and success. So much funds have been committed to doing the things that they did for this number of years. And the quick question will be, how has the reforms in the audit, in the Federation, and of course that actually trickles down to the states as well, because I also know that you, from time to time, you have Auditor General's meeting with the state Auditor Generals as well. So how would you say that the reforms that you have brought on board has impacted on your activities as Auditor General, and of course to the subnational levels? The mic beside you, sir. If it's not coming, can we, let me, I can hand this over to you.
Well, thank you so much, moderator. Let me.
You're on, sir.
Let me start by complimenting you for your ability to pronounce my name appropriately. It's usually jaw-breaking for a lot of people. Let me also plead to stand on existing protocols and to say that our journey with Perl has been a very wonderful one. Perl is a partner indeed. Our relationship started sometime in 2018 when Perl observed that there was a gap in our relationship as an office with our, do I say our bosses? Because we report to them, the National Assembly. And they felt there was a need for us to bring these people together. Because if they can work together, then the fight against corruption will be strengthened. So Perl brought some of the National Assembly members, precisely PSC members, and then management of the office, and said, okay, do you know that there is a way that some people work and they have a smooth relationship, and it impacts on the accountability and transparency processes in their various countries. Let's take a tour and go and see how they do it in the US. So they took us on a study tour of UK NAO and the UK Parliament to see how these people work together towards strengthening their accountability environment. And by the time our colleagues went there and came back, it was such a wonderful story and an experience to them. And they felt like replicating that in our own environment. And to a large extent, they tried to, But, you know, with the system that we operate, some members of the National Assembly were part of that experience. When it was a new assembly, they weren't there again. But then, those that had gone as members of staff tried as much as possible to put into practice what they had experienced there. And it didn't stop there. After they had come back, Perl felt, okay, this was just a few set of people that have gone to experience what takes place between the relationship in Parliament and the audit office. Let's bring a larger house. So they brought in more parliamentarians and then more management staffs from the office. We went together, met together in a place in Lagos, where we were tutored on how we're supposed to work together to foster, you know, our various causes. And this relationship continued, and they also observed that Office of the Auditor General, you do not have an enabling law. Yes, there is a provision in the Constitution that guarantees your independence to some extent. But this can be strengthened if you have an audit law. So Perl took it upon itself and started driving the process of enacting an audit law, of presenting, not enacting per se, but at least driving the process towards encouraging or lobbying the National Assembly towards passage of an audit law. And that they had done severally. Fortunately, the audit bill was passed sometime last year. Was it last year or the previous one? Yeah, last year. And it was supposed to be signed into law, but fortunately, it wasn't signed into law before that administration, you know, got wind up. And not deterred, with the new assembly, they started the process again, immediately had the House of Assembly pass the bill, and then it's now with the Senate. And we're actually hoping that they would have continued with the process, but here we are saying that they are winding up. So, well, we're just hoping, just like my colleague there said, we don't seem to know where we'll go from here, but we are hoping and believing that they will not leave us alone, they will not abandon us, because they've indeed been a great support to the Office of the Auditor General. I don't know if I still have some little time.
You actually would have some little time, but I just want to, at this point in time, implore the special guest of honor, the executive governor of Jigawa State, who also is a bona fide member of the Nigerian Governors Forum. Hence, this bill is before the National Assembly. I can tell you that they are not just a formidable group alone, they are equally a very strong group to reckon with. The Nigerian Governors Forum, having the governor of Jigawa State leading the park, could actually get his colleagues to possibly speak to those of their members of the National Assembly, both in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. And I know that that bill, by the special grace of God, will see the light of the day, even as Perl closes out. And don't forget that the staff and, of course, the management team of Perl, quite a good number of them are Nigerians, and so they know the import of that bill, and so they won't rest on their oars to give in that kind of huge support to that bill for it to see the light of the day. I hope to see the face of the governor, to seeing that I'm getting his nod and he's buying into this. Cameraman, move to the side. Let me just be able to see the face of the governor. Your Excellency, sir, am I getting a thumbs up for the fact that you're going to take this upon yourself? Please, can we celebrate the governor one more time? Thank you very much. He just nodded. Thank you very much, sir. So, Auditor General, in winding down, What's your perspective? You've been robust. They've spent so much huge sums of money taking you out, and along with the parliamentarians, quite a good number of those parliamentarians are no longer back on the saddle. But of course, you still have the effort of reaching out through the Public Accounts Committee of both House of Reps and the Senate to doing some of the needful. So are you going to please leverage that?
No, definitely. Definitely. It's been a huge success all the way, so we'll leverage on whatever opportunity that is before us, and thanks for lending a voice and bringing in the chairman of the Governors Forum into this. I want to also plead to other members of the civil society. We are there. You need us. So please stand by us until this bill is passed. And even when it's passed, you still need to keep supporting us, look into our activities so that we can help improve our accountability space in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we'll move on to my brother and friend from Kaduna, Citizen Budgeting and the Community Development Charter, CDC, in Kaduna State. What have been your scorecard with the robust relationship that you have had over the last 8 years with Perl?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. Seated here today, I have mixed feelings. It is sad that Perl program is coming to an end, but we are also assured that the solid foundation they have laid is sustainable. Even after Perl, what they have done, we believe, has given us the leverage to ensure that more citizens are engaged and we are able to hold government accountable and ensure that they are responsive to the needs of citizens. So that is key for us. Permit me to start by expressing the heartfelt appreciation of the voiceless pupils of Mahuta Primary School in Igabi local government, of that of Jangargari in Ikara local government, and Musawa in Ikara local government, in Kudan local government of Kaduna State. As a result of an empowered and engaged citizens, working with a more accountable and responsive government in Kaduna State, we've seen communities demand that a school that was gutted by fire in Mahuta community, in Igabi local government, through this community development charter process, was rehabilitated. And students that were hitherto studying under trees, in neighboring houses, are now back in classrooms learning. And we believe that this is a success story for us, and the future is bright for some of these pupils. Same we can say with the community in Jangangari, in Ikara local government, where since 1976, they had only one block of classrooms. And despite increase in population growth, they had continued to use that one block of classrooms in that school. But as a result of the community development charter process, an additional block of classrooms was built as a result of citizens coming together to really demand from government through the CDC process that this is built. So the stories are endless as a result of that support that Perl has provided in ensuring that we have a more empowered and engaged citizens. And also on the government side, we have seen that we increased accountability and responsiveness. Civil society, we are known for criticism more, but today is not a day for criticism. It's to look back and talk about some of our successes. And one of the things for us that Perl is leaving as a legacy is the spirit of collaboration. And for us, that is really transforming how we are engaging as civil society in Kaduna State. And when we mean collaboration, we are not even just saying at the level of civil society alone, but at the level of civil society and government, civil society and communities, and even communities and government. And for us, we feel that that is one intangible result that over time we believe will yield a lot of fruits. But now to the more tangible results. Since our first interaction with Perl in 2016, we have seen the governance space open up, particularly at the local government level. We are now talking about the local government autonomy. But I can believe that in Kaduna State, it will be easy for us to adapt to that law when it is, that act when it is passed, because we have seen far-reaching reforms that Perl has supported. In 2017, Perl did a governance baseline assessment around 4 key areas: policy and strategy, public finance management, public service management, and monitoring and evaluation. And these reforms has opened up the space for citizens to participate. And I would like to start with the public financial management reform. Kaduna State, for the first time, we got the local government reform law amended. And in that law, it mandated the local governments to promote a culture of participatory governance. And further in that law, it made it mandatory for all local governments to ensure that their budgets are informed by citizens' input, and it is validated in a town hall meeting. If not, that law, that budget is declared null and void as that regard. And that became a very powerful instrument for advocacy for us at that level. And since then, it became very easy for the community development charter process, which we went to Anambra for a lesson visit in 2017, came back and adapted it in Kaduna State. And from there on, we have seen that consistently at the local government level, we have seen communities inform the local government level on average by 50%. And in terms of implementation, on average by 40%. In terms of policy and strategy, we have participated in all the local government development plans formulation. Town hall meetings have been held. Citizens' input have reflected in those critical documents. The same with other reforms around policies, and even including the monitoring and evaluation reform that was carried out.
That's right.
Inside the local government development plan, we have seen a situation where it has made it mandatory for, as I conclude, for local governments to ensure that citizens participate in terms of the implementation of that process. But I would not end by to add that
you don't have that much time.
Yes, permit me.
Except you are regretting the time to yourself.
Permit
All right,
me
just
as I
take
conclude.
2 minutes.
I think it's
1 minute.
important that we highlight how the State House of Assembly has become more open to citizens' engagement as a result of Perl support. We now participate in public hearings at the budget, at the state level, and now at the local government level. So we can write a book about what Perl has done in Kaduna, but I'll have to stop here because of want of time.
Time is of the essence, and I'm not actually satisfied with that round of applause for all that he has said Perl has done. Awesome. I think that for me, this is actually the take home from this entire event today, because we are beginning to hearing from this person's on the spot as to what they've been able to do. For me, is a plus, and that's distinction from my end for Perl. Please, another round of applause for Perl. In welcoming back the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, Your Excellency, Malam Omar Namadi, we welcome you back. We also welcome Mr. Shino Fagbenro Byron, the CEO of Mother Gold Limited Consulting. We'd like to appreciate you. Please give them a round of applause. And then we just have 2 to go so that we can move on to the other phase of this engagement. But quickly, I come to you, Abdullahi Amodu. he prefers to be called Retired Deputy Clerk, Legislative Matters, Senate. And you're also a professional auditor, as I'm told. And so my question is actually relating to that of audit. Whilst you held sway as Deputy Clerk of the Senate, you were also handling issues regarding audit reforms, even in the National Assembly. What would you say were the teething challenges that you experienced? And then, of course, with the input and the collaborative effort of Perl, what would you say that the results at the end of it all was?
Thank you very much. I know that I prefer to be called a retired deputy clerk, but I am retired. I may not be too tired, but I'm retired.
Okay, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think Pearl's story is that of success. And I think one area I want to appreciate Pearl is that they were not targeting individuals. They were targeting institutions. They want to build institutions, and they did that. In supporting the Office of Auditor General, as the representative of the Auditor General has just said, Pearl did a lot. They realized that to be able to have, for citizens, to have the benefits of governance, the Office of the Auditor General is key, because the laws passed by the legislature, executed by the executive, money spent need to be accounted for, and citizens need to get value for their money being spent. And the Office of Auditor General, as a constitutional office established by Section 85 and Section 125 of the 1999 Constitution, as amended, gave them wide powers to audit all offices and persons established by the Act of the National Assembly or the State House of Assembly, as the case may be. And for that office to be effective, the audit process started by the Auditor General of the Federation ends with the Public Accounts Committee of the National Assembly or the State House of Assembly. For the efforts of Auditor General, either of the Federation or of the state, to be impactful, to be meaningful, the legislature, that is the Public Accounts Committee, must act on those reports. Not only act, they must act promptly. But we all agree that over time, that office is neglected. That office is not working as supposed to be. Pearl observed the gaps. They tried to build the capacity of the Office of the Auditor General at the federal level, as I know. They did not only stop there, they also extended the advocacy and strengthening to the National Assembly. Like the Auditor General mentioned, they went out on study tours and did a lot of things. They wanted institutions to exist. Therefore, they joined hands with the National Assembly, especially the Public Accounts Committee, to drive the committee, not to stand in as a committee like any other one, since it's a constitutional committee. The Secretariat was supported and it became a full-fledged department. So the two chambers of the National Assembly, the Senate and the House PACs, are full directorates with substantive directors. The essence is that, like the General mentioned, legislators, the turnout, you all know that the turnout of legislators in the various assemblies is very high. But if you have a secretariat that is well equipped, that have the capacity, they will be able to drive those reforms. So that is one of the success stories they did. And also, they also try to assist the members of PAC to be able to look at the reports of the Auditor General. Like I said, if the report of the Auditor General is not considered and recommendations made, then the audit process is never complete. And it's because of those gaps that you now have other agencies, EFCC, ICPC, taking over the functions of the Auditor General's office. Because if Auditor General is actually working or worked and his report is considered, most of the issues that anti-graft agencies followed will have been handled at the legislative level. So they are making effort. They did a lot, building capacities of members and staff.
All right.
And finally, sorry, but I know time is not there. There is one key thing. The PSC, like I mentioned, is a constitutional committee, and is a committee that is in all over legislators, in the legislature, go to all African countries. They try to standardize the practice of public accounts committee. In Nigeria, Perl supported the establishment of the Nigerian Public Accounts Committee of Nigeria, NAPAC, Nigerian Association of Public Accounts Committees, in an attempt to standardize the procedure and practice of Public Accounts Committee. This is a great effort, and if it's sustained, it will give a lot of relief to the members of the executive, the governors, and then the president, who are doing a lot. But once the PSC is not doing what they are supposed to do, a lot of things will be left.
Yeah, but just before I take leave of you, what do you think are the ingredients that can be brought on board for the sustenance of the reforms in the Public Accounts Committee? Real quickly, just within 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. The part of those reforms that can sustain the practice of Public Accounts Committee, like those, apart from those things that I mentioned, is to ensure that members of the Public Accounts Committee recognize the enormous responsibilities, powers given to them by the Constitution. Most members do not understand and appreciate the powers they have. So it is surprising to see a member of Public Accounts Committee struggling to be members of other committees.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you for your buying in. The very last contribution, I kept you for the last because I know that there is so much on your shoulders, as not just as Speaker or your State House of Assembly, but I was also Chairman of the Speakers Conference of Nigeria. Now, apart from anything else, the local government legislative reforms and state houses of assembly autonomy has been on the front burner, and I'm told that the Oyo State House of Assembly went to the governor to say they are not in need of the autonomy. I don't know how true that is, but of course we'd like to hear from you because you lead the House of Assembly in Oyo State and of course by extension in Nigeria. What are you and your colleagues doing in that regard?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to recognize the presence of the governor of Jigawa, because it's good to give honor to whom honor is due. Alhaji Umar Lamadi, you're welcome, Excellency, sir. The Speaker of Jigawa happens to be my very good friend and the chairman of the Northwestern Speakers. To your comment, Oyo State has never and will never reject the idea of strengthening the legislative institution in any means. The Oyo State House of Assembly has always led the charge in ensuring for legislative autonomy, especially for the legislative arm of government. Aside from that, the Conference of Speakers as a whole, we are very serious about the autonomy for states' houses of assembly. And it brings me even more joy to see the governor of Jigawa also here present. And I know, as a person, he's very interested in the autonomy for the state houses of assembly, hearing from the speaker. And not just, and to be honest, it's not just because he's here, it's because of what I've heard and what we've seen. He was also interested and supportive of the local government autonomy. And yes, if you look at the records...
That applause for the governor can come even louder than that.
The records in Jigawa show that local government's money is always paid to the local councils after first-line charges. I've interviewed the various speakers in different states, so I have an idea of what's going on in each state. So kudos to you, Excellency, sir. On that note, I would also like to use this opportunity, because I'm not sure if I have another opportunity, to please appeal to you. Because most of the governors, I understand, do not have a real issue with the financial autonomy. But what most of the governors, after engaging with them, hang on, they hinge on the fact that they want it to be a collective decision by the General House to proceed with the autonomy for state houses of assembly, which at this present moment is now a constitutional matter. The constitution, it's within the constitution as amended in 1999, the immediate past president assented to the amendment of the constitution to allow for state houses of assembly to be autonomous. So by God's grace, we are believing the good meaning governors like the governor of Jigawa to help us push the agenda at the Nigeria Governors Forum. Coming back to what Perl has done, to be honest, today is an eye-opening day for me personally, because I did not know that Perl was involved in so many parastatals, so many subnationals, nationals, different arms of government, the executive, the legislative. I mean, hearing from everybody here and all and even the program we have done before, the majority leader, the chairman of the Majority Leaders Forum is also here present. They work with the majority leaders across the Federation. They work with the speakers across the Federation and all state houses of assembly. They also work with the federal government. They work with state governments. They work with the Auditor General. You just name it. You would have thought that they would have been stretched. And my initial impression of Perl, this is my third term as a member of Oyo State House of Assembly and second time Speaker of the Oyo State House of Assembly. I remember my first engagement with Perl. This was in 2019 when the new house was inaugurated. You will recall from the speech of one of the members here on the high table that we can all agree that the legislature as a whole, there's always a high turnover of members. And because from one term to another term, we see even more new members than old members. And this results in a loss of institutional knowledge. And without the institutional knowledge backing the institution, it would invariably weakens the institution. So I'm very particular about how Perl came in when they identified the gap of the institutional knowledge lacking involved in training for members for Oyo State House of Assembly even before the inauguration of the Assembly. And that was when I learned one or two things about the roles of a speaker. I wasn't a speaker then, but I was praying and I listened attentively. And, and you'll be surprised that members from various state houses of assembly, because of they are new to the houses of assembly, they lack the knowledge, the parliamentary language that is used, and the process and the procedures of the house. And it invariably slows down the process of passing bills, oversight functions become weak, and all these things. So Perl swooped in at this point and helped to strengthen the capacity of state houses of assembly to perform oversight functions, strengthen the state house of assembly in order to draft bills, pass bills even the committee consideration for bills also was discussed. This was as far back as 2019, and I still even remember some of this. And if I do remember some of this, then other members also do remember some of this. And at the time, I was moving forward, even after the initial, engagement with Perl, I was of the opinion that, they haven't really engaged the subnationals as I would have liked. But coming here today, I've seen how much responsibility has been on their table, working with the Auditor Generals of the federal, for the federal governments, working in different states, in the northern states, in southern states, everywhere. I mean, like, it's a wonder how they managed to achieve everything that they have achieved. Also, they also helped us in determining...
We're pressed for time, yeah.
Okay, well, this is one of the most important things because it was also mentioned earlier today, the budget preparation. Budget preparation is something that is very germane in any governance, whether in the subnational or on the national level. Perl helped us, in preparation for the autonomy, establishment of the state houses of assembly, service commissions, and also drafting the budget, and even down to the very minute, like tissue papers or whatever the case is. You can see that the state houses of assembly that went by the trainings of the budget preparation, our budgets for the state houses of assembly are perfect. What we would like or what we expect, even in the new program, because I believe that there's another program coming up, is more engagement with the subnationals, because we believe that the aggregation of the subnationals is what makes Nigeria.
Yes.
There's no federal government except from the state government. State aggregation of all state governments is what makes up the federal government, and so that we appeal that we should build from ground up rather than from top down. And we know that we'll always be there to support in any capacity that we can. Thank you for everything you've done for us in the state legislature. It is a yes for Perl program.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's give them a big, big round of applause. We just stand up here for a group photograph. And whilst we're on this, we'll be setting the stage very quickly. I'd like to invite the lead, and of course, Your Excellency, if you don't mind, sir, just join us for a group photograph before you take your session. Because of the exigencies of the office of the governor, he has other meetings, and so might not be with us for too long a time, but we'd like to appreciate you, sir. Thank you for your leadership, Your Excellency. I think he will come in here. Yes. Yes, please. Let's expand a little bit. Let's widen the space so that all of us can be accommodated. Are we done with the photograph? In that case, we're not going to let go of the governor from here anymore. He will take his seat here. Can we give it up for the governor? Hold on for the pictures. Hold on one more time. I think the photographers were not ready. Please be sure that your cameras are ready at this point. One more? Okay, thank you very much. Your Excellency, you have a seat here now. Yes, sir. Because you have a very, very crucial role to play. And we thank you for the commitment that you have shown and the passion, because some other persons would have gone and not come back, but you made it back. We'd like to appreciate the governor. Can we please appreciate him one more time? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And thank you for your leadership, too. Can we get a hand? Someone to assist me. Let's please welcome Madam Rachel, who is also going to be coordinating this aspect. Please, a round of applause for her. Habiba. The governor of Jigawa State has been winning encomiums, laurels, and accolades. And for me, I can tell you particularly that just in recent past, his colleagues, commissioners of finance all over the Federation, gathered in Abuja at this same hotel, Transcorp Hilton, and he was given one of the biggest awards. Those awards were just in paper and certificates. And I can tell you that he said he values it much more than anything else, because he was able to galvanize his colleagues from all the states of the Federation to ensuring that the right things are done as commissioners of finance. And he's won so many awards with that. Can we please applaud the governor one more time as I call in Habiba to please take charge of the remaining process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Without further ado, I'll hand over the microphone to the Perl Arc Knowledge Management Advisor, Rachel Ila, as she facilitates the fireside chat with His Excellency, the Governor of Jigawa State, Alhaji Umar Namadi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Habiba. So, I know we're quite pressed for time, so I'm going to keep this very brief, get straight to the point, and the main issues and the things we have to discuss this afternoon. So good afternoon once again, everybody. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Excellency, for agreeing, coming all the way from Jigawa. We know your schedule is very tight. We are immensely grateful. So we've had quite a good partnership over the years. We've heard a significant amount in terms of your journey, how you've gone through the service. You've been the Commissioner of Finance, and then on to becoming the Deputy Governor, and then now the #1 public servant in Jigawa State. How would you describe your journey in the governance space, your motivations, and some of the challenges you have encountered?
Well, thank you very much. Really, you said it rightly. I was the Commissioner of Finance, the later Deputy Governor, and today, by grace of God, I'm the Governor of Jigawa State. It has not been easy. It has been a mix. Issues, motivations, inspirations, and also challenges. Actually, the main motivation is the fact that sustained democracy. Democracy is a government of people, by the people, and for the people. And that has also, the sustenance of democracy, not only in Jigawa State, but in Nigeria, has also been a motivation and an inspiration to me as a person. Not only that, the delivery of dividends for democracy to our people, especially in Jigawa State, also stands out to be a motivation for me, for my role as a Commissioner of Finance and for my role as a Deputy Governor, and today as a Governor. Because democracy will allow you to assist and deliver dividend of democracy to the people. And also it is a government where people give you mandate and will have the right to ask you how you discharge that mandate. So that has been a very good inspiration and has been a very good motivation. Now also the fact that in governance there is several reforms that will take place. If you are in charge or you are in governance, there's also a lot of issues that has to do with the good governance. It is believed that with the good governance and also institutional reforms, like the one instituted by Perl Act, then it is also clear that people will have a very good dividends for democracy. That means socio-economic development of the people will improve, and in turn, their livelihood will also be improved. So that is really a very good motivation and inspiration. But along all this line, achieving this may not be easy because a lot of challenges may come. Now, you may decide to say, okay, I want to do this, deliver dividend for democracy. I want to ensure that I have improved the life of my people. I want to ensure that I do this, I do that. But what are the challenges? Challenges must be there. Issues like demographic factors and also limited physical space or financial resources can also be a challenge. So that has also been a serious challenge in terms of managing the process. But for me, I think that those challenges, instead of being a discouraging factor, they become an inspirational factors for me, because I try as much as possible to find solutions to those problems so that we can go on to drive the process of empowering the people and improving the life livelihood of the people. So I think, like I said, it's a mix, a lot of inspiration and also some challenges, but also your ability to look for solutions for those challenges in order to move forward is very, very important, and is also very good.
Thank you very much, sir. Some very critical points there, pointing to reforms, and then particularly speaking to how Perl has supported those reforms. You've also talked about your own offices, the offices you've held, and I know that through that journey, Perl has worked closely with you, both as the Commissioner of Finance, both as the Deputy Governor, and now in your capacity as the Governor of Jigawa State. How would you say our partnership has been? How has been the engagement with Perl? And how has Perl's work helped Jigawa State to move forward?
Well, I think our partnership with PAL, and in fact, indeed, the governance program supported by FCDO has made also a tremendous impact in terms of institutional reforms and also governance process for better. So that partnership has really helped us to make sure that we have institutional reforms in terms of governance process and also in terms of institutional process. So it has been a very good journey, and the outcome of that is very clear for everybody to see. Now, for the fact that Jigawa State, due to all these reforms, governance and institutional reforms, which has come due to first Perl intervention, you can see that Jigawa State, in the last SIFTAS program, Jigawa State was ranked #2 in Nigeria because of those financial management reforms in. And also at the same time, because of these reforms, as of today, Jigawa State has been ranked by ICANN Accountability Index as the first and also the second in Nigeria. These are also issues that has to do with the reforms that has been instituted by PAL. Now, again, you see the Civil Resource Development and Documentation Center ranked Jigawa State for 3 consecutive years as first in budget transparency in Nigeria. That has, all this has to do with the reforms that were introduced by PAL in Jigawa State. And one interesting thing, which I always say at any time I have an opportunity, because like I said, I have been in the Commissioner of Finance, and I have been the Deputy Governor, and also being a Deputy Governor, I also have responsibility to look at the finance aspect also and see what we can do. And now as a Governor, because of all this, and I have seen what has happened, I always find it easy to say that throughout this process, whether SIFTAS, whether ICANN Accountability Index, whether the Civil Resource Development and Documentation Center, all these results we have achieved were achieved by the staff and the civil servant of Jigawa State. No consultant was employed at all. No consultant for any reason. Jigawa State has no reason to employ a consultant to help us achieve this result. So that shows how the reforms has been entrenched, have been institutionalized in Jigawa State. So I think by and large, or generally in Jigawa State, PAL is always synonymous with the governance reforms, it's also synonymous with the institutional reforms, it's also synonymous with the policy reforms. And therefore, this is what we call PAL is synonymous, and you can hardly see any successful reform in any MDA in Jigawa State without PAL's support. There is none.
Wow, thank you so much, sir. That is really a lot of acclaims for Perl, and that we're really proud as a program, and especially seeing you moving on to the next level and trying to institute the first delivery unit, or one of the first delivery units at the subnational level. What is your aspiration for this, and what are the successes so far?
Well, like I said, Jigawa State is always an animal with the PAL. So once, by God's grace, we are able to be at the helm of affairs, we felt there is a need to sustain the reforms, first. And secondly, we are also being guided by the fact that we need to be accountable to the people that elected us, because people have given us their mandate and we need to be accountable to them. And also at the same time, during our, we have also the 12-point agenda, which have gone around all the Jigawa State and talk to the people that we have A, B, C, 12 different agendas, development agendas, which we feel that if given the mandate, we'll be able to execute those agendas. Now, in addition to the development agendas, also the fact that during our inaugural speech, I think we have made about 56 different commitments for development in Jigawa State. So with all this, we need to find a way to track this. So because of this, we decided, okay, let's introduce a performance bond system. And with the help of FCDO, we want to thank them very much. They always, once we bring an idea, they are ready to support us, and then they have been our partners. So we decided, when we met this idea, we talked to them, they said, yeah, that's a very good idea. And then we said, okay. So what we did, and then the first thing we did is we have signed a law in Jigawa State, what we call by a law that was signed by the governor to institutionalize the performance bond system in Jigawa State. Now, after that, what we did, all commissioners and heads of MDAs were made to sign a bond, performance bond, based on the 12-point agenda and based on the 56 commitments from each of the ministries and departments. And I'm happy to say that we have done the first performance report. They have done the first performance reports, and for the first 6 months, and I'm sure in the next 2-3 weeks, the report will be presented to the Executive Council, and then from the report, we will be able to see where we made a mistake, where we can do some corrections. But this performance bond arrangement is very, very clear and very, very strict, that each commissioner has undertaken to do this, A, B, C, to ensure that. And also, the provision has made that as a commissioner, you must explain why you didn't achieve A, B, C that you have signed. And if you have a reasons, whether it is the government that has not provided you an enabling environment to achieve, or whether it is your laxity or your ability, you must explain. And then at the same time, a decision will be taken on you. Or if you are also the head of MDAs. So these are the reasons why we introduced performance board, because we need to be accountable to the people, and we also need to ensure that the 12-point agenda has been fully executed, as well as the commitment we have made at the inaugural speech. So that is exactly, and I'm happy to say that the Presidential Advisor on Policy has also given us a note that our people will come to the national level for just a learning process that will also improve the system what we are doing in Jigawa. So we are doing everything. The performance board is something, and we have a delivery unit under my office that is supervising the execution of this performance board. So we are being derived by the fact that we need to be accountable to the people that give us the mandate.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm just going to get to my last question, because you've outlined a very clear system for sustainability and how you intend to implement and deliver the 52 commitments you've made for Jigawa State. It's been a fantastic partnership, I will mention again. But do you have any final words for Perl as we exit, and words for our funders as well?
Well, I think for us in Jigawa State, it's an issue of mixed feeling. Perl has been synonymous with Jigawa State, and all our achievement in terms of reforms, in terms of successes, will certainly be attributed to Perl. And as a government, the only assurance we will give Perl is that the number of years they have spent in Jigawa State will never be in vain. We will assure them, I want to assure you that as a government, we will sustain these reforms. We will do everything possible to sustain these reforms and also improve on them. I'm happy to learn that there will be a successful program that will come up, and that will deal with the issue of climate change and local government governance, which are very, very important. But I think my final word to Perl is that, well, we thank you very much for all the interventions, for the improvement you have made to the life of our people. Why I say for the life of our people is that the reforms has helped us to deliver dividend of democracy to the people. Not only that, the reforms has all helped improve the skills and knowledge of our civil servant. And that will be beneficial for them after even leaving the service of Jigawa State. So I think the truth of the matter is that between us and the fund, the only way we can thank and appreciate what Perl has done to us is to sustain this reform process and ensure that they continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We're really grateful for your time again. Yeah. So I will hand back over to Habiba. We will close this session, and I will call up our program managers, FCDO, just for a quick picture before we leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So this is Chris Okeke, our senior governance advisor. Okay. Okay, that's true. That's true. All right. Your Excellency, please sit down briefly. Chris, you can also sit down. Yeah, I just want to thank His Excellency, yes. So, you know, while you were speaking, I kept looking at Chris because he's my boss in FCDO and my supervisor. And I kept saying, when you mention a key result, I said, Chris, this has added to the plus we will get for the annual review. And you know what he said? I need the video evidence of that. Don't worry, you'll get more videos than this. Your Excellency, thank you very much for articulating all of the work we've done together. And I really like the part you talked about, the fact that this is not about an end in itself. It is how it has translated to the dividend of democracy for the people of Jigawa State. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. We will continue to partner with you. And thank you for always showing up and also highlighting some of the key efforts we have made. On behalf of the program, I'd like to say thank you very much for coming. It is indeed instructive because he came first in the morning. We know governors are very busy. He went for a meeting, dutifully came back. And so please, a round of applause and a standing ovation for His Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really very appreciative. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, so please we'll invite other senior government officials from other locations, from Kano and Jigawa and Kaduna to join in the group photograph, please. And federal, if possible. Yeah.
Commissioners, heads of service, government officials from Kaduna, Jigawa, and Kano states respectively. We need to expand. If you actually if you decide to move backwards, the cameras can capture very many of you. You have blocked our senior governance advisor. Please don't block him more. You can do this shoulder, exactly, Dr. Adiayode, you got it. That's the way to do it. Wait though. Okay, I think we can do it in 2 batches actually. They're not all in. You are leaving the women out. And you know I speak for women every time. So please, you know what? Sorry, madam, just wait. After them, okay? From you, just stand aside. Yes, stand aside. Please, you at the back, stand aside. So after this, Oga, ku uku ba, shadalafia. Just the 3 of you, just step down. Okay, step down. Let's have this photograph. No, doctor, are you done? Okay, fine. So please, let's have this. Then we can call you to take your own batch and management of Perl. Okay, thank you. Thank you. The governor will wait. Please, Your Excellency, don't go yet. Dr. Abba, don't go yet. Rachel, please wait. Dr. Dia. Okay, government officials, you can excuse us briefly. Let's bring on the management of Perl. Jigawa can just stand aside. We'll bring you on. Jigawa, no, Jigawa will come after this. Because I get banche bazaku ibaba. Because I get tukuna. Enjigawa kus aya gefe nasen naku ne kuma naku namu ne. Eh? Non-Jigawa government officials only for now. Non-Jigawa, yes. After this, you can join. No, you can join now. This is for non. Madam, kina so ki boy kenkine. Aha. Dala dan basu wuri kadan. Yawwa. Okay, photographers, please. Thank you very much. Jigawa now. Only Jigawa people, please, quickly. Only Jigawa people now, only. Please, let's do this with some dispatch. His Excellency has a very pressing engagement. Please, Jigawa ne haka. Lele kuku chika hall ni nawa. Okay, please, photographers, please. To why so suku ya gaba mana? Amma ba gaban gwamna ba. ADC zai mare ka karka kusa da shi. Okay, thank you very much, Jigawa Mungode. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Chairman Speakers Forum and Chairman Majority Leaders Forum. Just the two of them. Dala Kubasuvuri. Please. The governor is in a hurry to catch up with another appointment. Please. Dala is sorry. No, this one is just for the speaker. Subiune Tukuda. After this, he's leaving. Allah, we are at the meeting. Your Excellency, we appreciate. Okay, please. He's leaving. He has taken. Why not? Clerks of state houses of assembly here in their numbers, please forgive us. We didn't remember to recognize you. Forgive us, please. Please is an oversight, please.
I work in Perl. Okay. There's one more photo of that hasn't been called. Which is? And the management of Perl Arc. We had actually asked.
Mr. Ifeanyi and the management of Perl Arc and Perl EC. Quickly with the governor. Just is leaving now, please. He has another pressing engagement. Please, we need to let the governor go now. Please, bear with us. Mr. Ifeanyi, okay, he's there already. Perl Arc, Perl EC management. Please, let's do this with some dispatch. Just management of Perl with you. Perl Arc, Perl EC. Please, let's do this with some dispatch. Perl EC and Perl Arc. Bashir. Okay. Where are all the ladies? Mala Walu, are you? Habiba, you won't join? Okay, photographers, please. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We wish you a very pleasant day ahead as we move on with the rest of our programs. Thank you very much. Habiba, you have the stage.
What next?
Next testimonies. The lady is already waiting. I should call her. No, they're not sitting. Okay, so we'll be continuing with our agenda, listening to real experiences and real results. The governor has already ushered us into this session. So at this point, I'll introduce Hajia Zainab Mohammed Jibril, the principal of Government Girls Secondary School, Kura, to give us her testimony as a beneficiary of Pearl's intervention in Kano.
Testimony daga Mugo?
Testimonies.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zainab Mohammed Jibril, former principal of GGSS Kura, now former principal of GGSS Bunkuri, and now the principal of GGSS Kura. At the time I was at Bunkure, most of my students trek to school for not less than 4 kilometers, apart from the students residing in Bunkure town. Before the intervention of Perl Act, I was able to assist my students in one way or the other. When Perl Act presented the opportunity to train us on self-guiding and safe space, I was able to acquire more knowledge and idea on how to assist my students. I was opportune to attend the step-down training, which was organized by Perl, and I was opportune to drive a lot. When I got back to school, I am able to implement the training where I insisted in reviving my guidance and counseling unit, organizing a step-down training to all staff, have a sensitization on referral path, assisting less privileged students with learning materials, liaise with female staff to lead the student going back home, more especially during rainy season, because we have a serious challenge of insecurity, especially during rainy season, with regards to our students. Encouraging and motivating students on the importance of guidance and counseling office. The school is in a rural area, and most of the catchment areas are very far from the school, which marks the length of not less than 4 to 10 kilometers. Here I want to share a scenario with regards to one of my students by name Zainab Abubakar Dambala. Zainab is a very intelligent student, very active, and very punctual. Zainab wants to further her education, and she's a native of one village called Dambala. One of the ethic or tradition of the Dambala village or Dambala people is that they married out their daughters before they finished their junior secondary education. And Zainab wanted to further her education. One day, Zainab came to my office and sought for my assistance and intervention to please liaise with her parents to allow her to finish her secondary education, which I did that. The following day, we went to Dambala and sat with the parents. From the intervention with the parents, I realized that Zainab's parents are facing a serious challenge with regards to the environment they are living in, because Zainab was the first girl that finished her junior secondary school and crossed to senior secondary classes. Secondly, the parents said that they are not financially balanced to further or to sponsor her education. And more worrisome is that they are afraid to allow Zainab to complete her education. Maybe by the time she finishes her education or secondary school, she may not have somebody to marry her out. With regards to this serious situation the parents are in, I realized that the family of Zainab have been marginalized in the society because they refuse to abide by the tradition and ethic of the community. And at that juncture, we intervene at the management level. We are able to sponsor Zainab to complete her education, and we also bought a bicycle for Zainab to ease her transportation to and fro, because Zainab trekked for 8 kilometers to school. Then, finally, with prayers, advices, and financial support, Zainab was able to write her qualifying examination, which she made it, and Kano State government sponsored for her NECO exams, which we are yet to the result to be released. At this juncture, we would like to hear from Zainab.
Sunana Zainab Abubakar, makarantar TGSS Bukuri. Na yi karatu, na yi kwalfayin, na yi neko, ina jiran ta fito, kuma insha Allah ina da burin yin karatu. Allah ya cika min burina, kullum idan na yi addu'a bayan da wani buri illa ga ƙauyenmu ya ci gaba, kuma illa ga na taimaka wa 'yan uwa da mata ga sun ci gaba, kuma ina sha'awar ɓangaren likita haka, ɓangaren mata idan suka zo haihuwa zan iya taimaka musu. Ina Dambala ne, a can ne karatu, kuma muna da nisa wajen kilomita 8 kafin mu je. Darrensi duk damuna ba na fasa zuwa, ko da wanda lafiya mahaifina zai ɗauke ni a haka mu tafi. Ni kuma a rayuwata ban da wani babban buri illa in ga na taimaka wa 'yan uwana mata kuma Allah ga ƙauyen ya ɗaukaka ya ci gaba. Allah ya ci gaba.
At this juncture, I'm proud to say that more than 10 students or more than 10 girls from Gambala have got back to school because of the initiation of Zainab. And lastly, the parents of Gambala realized that their students are free and safe to and from school. That is the reason why most of the students are back to school. Finally, my profound gratitude goes to Perl to benefit by sponsoring or selecting my school to be one of the beneficiaries, and secondly by building my capacity to support girls like Zainab. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hajia Zainab. So it will actually interest you to know that Hajia Zainab is one out of 300 principals that underwent the Perl Act safeguarding training in batches in Kano State. And all of these principals have taken the lessons they've learned from the trainings and implement the safe space protocols in their respective schools. Hajia Zainab is just one. Zainab, the student, is just another one of the many feedback we have received as to how girls are feeling safer in these schools, in these secondary schools in Kano State, and aspiring to be like Zainab in their schools. We actually had 2 more testimonies from other girls speaking about how they aspire to also complete their school like Zainab. So thank you very much, Hajia Zainab. At this point, we'll also hear from our partners in the audience. Just 2 minutes each. Would give 2 minutes each to our partners to stand up and give us their testimonies right from where they're sitting. Please proceed, Professor Olaleka.
Good afternoon, everybody. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Olalekan Yunusa, and I was privileged to have served Osun State government in the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget for 2 terms. And during my tenure, I was privileged to work with Perl, and indeed, it has been a life-changing engagement for me and for our state. I want to congratulate Nigeria that we have Perl in Nigeria. And the only thing we can do is to appreciate Perl for the good job they have been doing since they started in Nigeria. In Osun, Perl supported us in so many ways, and that led into the creation of structures and frameworks that supported a very viable planning architecture in Osun for us to be able to deliver projects and programs for the benefit of our people. I will say that the state development plan, that we crafted in our state, we had enormous support from Perl, the MTSS development, MTF, budget manual, and indeed, gender inclusive and social protection policy. Social inclusion policy. Perl also supported us in the crafting of all these. In addition to that, I must say that there was extensive capacity building, which state officials participated in, led by my humble self in various areas that has contributed to the institutionalization of most of the things that were learned in the process of building this architecture. I must say that Perl also supported us. One of the critical problems that governments have is managing the transition from one government to another, especially one when one governor is exiting and another one is coming in. I was at the center of this. When one governor was exiting, I was part of the people that developed the architecture, and a new governor is coming in. I was also privileged to be retained in office, and as a result of that, I work with a number of stakeholders, in particular, Perl, to actually mainstream, number one, the manifestos of the new governor into the already developed state development plan that actually dovetailed into the medium-term sector strategies that guided the implementation of programs and projects in our state. One of the legacies of this program, essentially, is the fact that in our state, we were able to move from a budget performance of 58% in 2018 to an average of 85% by the time I was exiting office in 2022. And there were a lot of tools that has been developed by Perl in the area of, the medium-term expenditure framework, which guides the determination of the total resource envelope that the state have access to be able to distribute to various areas of its intervention in terms of project implementation. I want to say that, these were deployed to us and we were able to use it efficiently. More importantly, you may not be able to determine the impact of your contribution if you are still in office until you leave and you still find a situation whereby even what you are able to invest your time and energy on, still continues and is still being used, in the state. I want to say that since I left office, all the tools that we developed up to this particular moment is what the state is still using. And I think that is a very, very, success story of what Perl has been able to achieve through capacity building and the institutionalization of the various things that we've been able to do. But I must say that you can design a program, perfectly, excellently, but how about the delivery of that particular program? I want to say that Perl has been so lucky to have diligent and committed individuals to drive Perl program in Nigeria. And I must say that, starting from the likes of David, Ukagu, Ifeanyi, Peters, talk about Rachel, Ila, all of them, Chika, I don't know some of them have left Perl, but then these are the people that I worked with when I was, in office. And there are some other people that were introduced to me, even through Perl, who are policy advisors. I would say that they are indeed first-class, world-rated policy advisors, like the likes of Dr. Gabriel Ojegbile, who has been a family friend since the time I met him. Please, young man, please stand up, sir. Let's see the young man. You see the young man? This is somebody that will speak from morning till night. Dr. Ojegbile will be in his mid-70s now. 75 now this year. But I can tell you, he will stand up and talk from morning till evening without getting tired. Those are the likes of people that I got contact, that I was privileged to meet in my journey as the Commissioner of Economic Planning and Budget. And I also work with Dr. Chinedu Eze. He was actually the one that supported us under the medium-term expenditure framework. In all, I want to say that categorically, PER program has been a success in Nigeria, judging by my own example from Osun State. Thank you so much.
Yes, please, Madam Dr. Gloria, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Gloria Ahmed. I'm a director in the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. I'm also the head of the National Economic Council Secretariat, as well as the National Coordinator of the Open Government Partnership in Nigeria. I came into contact with Perl in 2019 when I was posted to the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. And before then, in 2016, Then the Honorable Minister of State of Budget and Economic Planning, Hajia Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed, noticed a gap, you know, in the functioning between the federal and the subnationals. Amongst the commissioners, there was no synergy between them. Between the federal and the state commissioners, there was no integration, there was no integrated strategy and all that. So she invited Perl to come help her. She had this concept of a community of practice of honorable commissioners of budget and economic planning. So the Perl team came and they were able to help to set up the community of practice. We call it the COP. And since then, it's been a success story till date. I'm so happy for meeting this, the Perl team. I've worked with a lot of international NGOs, but I've never met one like Perl. They are large enough to make an impact, but small enough to care about very little details. I'm so surprised here to hear of all these numerous things they are doing all over the country. Yet, they have time when I call, even at night, at odd times, even on weekends. And I wonder how they're able to cope. They were able to reposition the National Economic Council Secretariat to the extent that we have become a force to reckon with. In the ministry now, we are the go-to place. That's where they come to for information on subnationals. If they need to engage with the subnationals, they come to us. When there are meetings or programs, the permanent secretary always say, get people from the National Economic Council Secretariat. Let them join your team of rapporteurs. We are the elite group now, courtesy of Perl. The support we've gotten from Perl is so much. I don't even know where to start. From the National Economic Council and also as National Coordinator Open Government Partnership, they are so numerous. I don't think the time I'm allotted would be enough for me. But let me just try and touch on a few. At the time they started supporting the National Economic Council Secretariat, Perl took my team to Enugu to identify skills gap. And they were able to step in with modular training, capacity building in 3 modules. And you could see the tremendous improvement in the performance of the staff. Before then, they were not able to put together very good concept notes. Now, other departments bring their council memos and concept notes, and we help them put it together, to the extent that the vice president observed this and commends the secretariat even at meetings. Governors who head ad hoc committees commend the secretariat and always invite us to other programs, you know, to help build their capacity as well. I got appointed as National Coordinator Open Government Partnership because of the value I was able to bring to the table, courtesy of Perl. Apart from that, international partners use the community of practice as a platform, you know, to promote their programs. When the CIFTAS program was introduced, the COP platform was used to introduce it. The UNICEF used it. A lot of MDAs use this platform. At the Secretariat, we've won a lot of accolades. My wall in the office is covered with awards. We have a presidential award winner. We are winning awards courtesy of Perl. Please appreciate them for us. Like I said, they are just the support is just too numerous to mention. Open Government Partnership, they've been able to assist us whenever we're developing our National Action Plan, which is a critical document that we use in the OGP. We are presently implementing the 3rd National Action Plan, which is rounding up in January. Each time we're developing, Perl is there all through. We go on a retreat and they are there with us every day, supporting financially, technically, you know, emotionally. They are a family. I work closely with Mr. Abu and Madam Chioma on special duties, Mr. Okeke and Mr. John on Open Government Partnership. They've all been amazing. They are wonderful people. Perl is a partnership that works. There's none like it. And I want to appreciate them. And I want to congratulate Nigeria, as my brother said earlier, for having Perl and very committed staff on the Perl team. Thank you very much. I look forward to greater partnership with you. God bless you.
Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. And my name is Babu Rafati from Jigawa State Ministry of Education. Let me begin by saying Alhamdulillah for having Perl. Honestly speaking, we have to appreciate Almighty for having Perl as a partner to come and support the most multi-sectoral intervention in the country. Honestly speaking, within me, I'm very happy for Perl. And as maybe somebody in the sector that is coordinating all the non-governmental supports into education, I can say for the experiences I had, number of years I had in the service, I have never seen an intervention that is so positive to education as Perl's strategic intervention is into it. Honestly speaking, right from the inception to date, I am with Perl activities and they involve me in every nitty-gritty activity in Jigawa State. So when they came in 2016, they looked at education sector and made some assessment. And they were able to come up with areas of concern in education sector, about 100 areas. So these areas were now submitted to education, and now education sector say, okay, how do we go about this? So this, a technical working group is formed in the state, headed by the state head of civil service. He is chairing this technical working group. And it was the first of its kind, having a technical working group. Before this, we were having just committees, but we now call it a technical working group. So among all these assessments, Perl that supported the education sector to have, we now prioritize the issue of teachers. Then teachers are our problem in the states. So how do we now tackle this issue of teachers? Of course, the technical working group held numerous meetings, and we came up with an idea of saying, okay, we have to address the teachers' gap. How do we address it? Of course, we cannot do it without maybe having a policy environment to support this strategy in ensuring teachers are really employed to adequately provide education services in the state. So this technical working group strategized, and Perl supported the technical working group to come up with a policy that we call Teacher Recruitment, Deployment and Management Policy. And honestly, this policy is very rich, it's all encompassing on how the provision of the policy is really guiding the sector on how are we going to make assessment to ensure the teacher gap in each and every community. And how are we to promote the welfare or the career paths of teachers? It is all in the provision of this policy. Honestly speaking, when the policy is endorsed, its provision has supported the sector in recruiting or strategizing a recruitment of teachers. As we were having financial constraint, so we now emulated the federal government federal teacher scheme, and the state introduced what they call Jigawa Teach. And with the provision of this policy, more than 4,500 J-Teach were recruited. And these individuals were recruited based on the community needs assessment. Communities or schools were assessed, and the needs were identified, and this J-Teach recruitment was made based on the assessment. So it is a community-based driven employment, and these are the individuals that were assessed, examined, and then were engaged as temporary teachers that serve for at least 2 to 3 years. And out of this number, successfully, the present administration has supported the sector in mainstreaming over 3,000 among these 5,000 teachers. And of course, after employing them, the same number of 3,000 is also replaced as another J-teach just to fill in the gap of teacher in Jigawa State. So honestly speaking, having this policy is a clear testimony to us that Perl has strategized in initiating this reform to address our teacher gap in Jigawa State. And this is really being implemented, not only at the state level, even the LGAs are also copying this, because currently DUSE LGA has also recruited about 200 teachers using this provision of policy. And there are a lot of reforms, of course, not only on teachers, we have on girls' education, and a policy is also developed, and a coordination platform is also initiated as a reform just to ensure that girls in Jigawa are enrolled in schools and they are having quality education. And another very important
we're running out
reform,
of time, sir.
Sorry.
Please.
I just have to say this, just 1 minute. Of course, education without quality is nothing to tell about. So Perl has supported the state in developing quality assurance education policy that even guided the upgrade of our inspectorate division or unit to an independent education quality assurance agency in the state, and is autonomous as it is now under the office of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State. They are autonomous and they are doing the quality assurance services so that they can track and then report all issues that relate to education service delivery in the state. So this is a very good reform that is helping the education sector in maybe delivering qualitative services to the indigents of Jigawa State. So with this, I am really happy, and how I wish Perl has come to stay, because we don't want all these very positive reforms maybe to end. But as a sustainability strategy, sorry, my sister, Perl is now working with a partner, development partner, FCDO called Plain. So all that our Perl are doing, Plain has now sustained in implementing all the reforms initiated by Perl Act. So with this, we are covered, and I am assuring Perl that all the reforms, all the policies, all the initiatives that are initiated in Jigawa State are going to be sustained, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. 2 minutes, please.
Okay. I am Dr. Nena Chikezie, former Executive Secretary, Abia State Planning Commission. My story with Perl is that in 2017, Perl started a series of mentoring and capacity building with me as the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, Abia State. Along the line, Perl discovered that the state budget was not inclusive because gender issues were not very well represented. And giving us technical support, they started looking for a way to get gender mainstreaming into the state budget. And that led to workshops, trainings for some line ministries. And a gender team was set up in Abia State with the support of Perl, and advocacy was equally started. And with the support of Perl, I remember they joined us to many line ministries and even the legislature for advocacy and the Planning Commission. And in 2018, I was privileged to be part of the workshop organized by Perl for women in governance that was on effective leadership training for women. And I participated in it. And thereafter, in 2019, I was posted to Planning Commission to head the commission, and that was the turn of the event. And at that point, it was important that I bring all the skill that I had learned at the workshop and the tools I acquired to the table for service delivery. And that was the point Perl came on board again and started the program with us. And that at this time, there was need for equitable budgeting in the state, and inclusive budgeting, a gender-balanced budgeting. Perl went all the way to train all the planning officers severally, and the support it came from the regional hub in Southeast Regional Hub in Enugu. And after the training, Perl developed a template for equitable budgeting for the state. And for the first time, the state was able to prepare, alongside the MTSS and the budgeting, we did an equitable budget, at least to ensure that there was a citizens engagement too. They made sure we had citizens engagement, where the citizens, the vulnerable, the ones that were the minority, were able to say what they wanted to be included in the budget. So at the end of the day, in 2020, the state produced a gender-responsive budget, an inclusive budget that is measurable, because the variables, the template, gave it all the parameters to measure the impact on the target group. So I want to thank Perl for giving us the opportunity to produce that budget that was inclusive, ensuring that the numbers reflected, the numbers in the budget reflected inclusiveness and equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Madam Musa, Director of State Planning, Planner and Budget Commission, Kaduna. Let me, on behalf of good people of Kaduna, extend our heartfelt appreciation to FCDO for providing technical support to Kaduna State. This support has led to impactful in terms of individual communities as well as institutions. I believe everyone must have heard people are saying Perl has come to strengthen institutions. And I think one of the best strategies that the program has adopted is to start strengthening institutions, then followed by strengthening the capacity of civil servants that will also work within their institution. This has been a great achievement of Perl ACA program. Okay, just like other states has mentioned, in terms of policy formulation, Perl had worked around supporting the state in developing the first ever state development plan from the first year of the program implementation in 2016. Ever before, we have not had a plan that has passed the process or participatory process and also presented to Executive Council for approval. But with the intervention of Perl, that has been possible. In the very first year of the Perl program in 2016, the state had been able to produce, developed, produce, and also publish the state development plan, which is accessible in the state website. Following to that, we have also, the program has also supported in developing the sector implementation plan, which is referred to as a medium-term expenditure framework to some other states. That has been consistently been developed, and all this with the support from Perl program. And one key thing that we need to also recognize is that at the very first time of the preparation of this policy document, you will see that a lot of consultants have been engaged to develop. But as time goes on, we have taken over because our capacity has been strengthening, and then we have also led in the preparation and the development of this policy document. And in a nutshell, let me also highlight that from 2016 to date, the state has been up and doing in terms of providing this policy document, SDP, SIP, medium-term expenditure framework. And what we have done differently in Kaduna State is to ensure that anytime we have state development plan, we also look back so that to achieve the horizontal and vertical integration policy alignment, we also look at our local government. having done the 2016-2020 state development plan, we also trickle down to the local government and have 23 local government development plan that speak to the yearning and aspiration of the state government, just like what the SDP is also looking at the national. It's the same thing as the 23 local government is also doing in the policy alignment. So in a nutshell, from 2016 to date, the state has produced, implemented this policy document ranging from SDP, SIP, medium-term expenditure framework across all the local government. And one other thing different that has been supported by the program is the replication of SIFTA's, State Fiscal Transparency Accountability. The program has supported the design and implementation of what we call local government fiscal transparency, accountability, and sustainability at local government. And what this program seeks to do is to strengthen the fiscal accountability and sustainability at local government level. And I don't think there is any state in Nigeria that has replicated local government fiscal transparency as a replica of SIFTAs in Nigeria. So we give kudos to Perl Act because that has been designed by staff of Planning and Budget Commission with technical support from the program. And also, it interests you to know that the program, as if we know that the local government autonomy is on the way, all the DLIs design in the local government transparency and accountability are speaking directly to what the local government autonomy is talking about. So in terms of seamless implementation of the local government autonomy, what we need to do is to dose the DLIs in the local government fiscal transparency to update a few things that we needed to do to ensure that there is effective implementation of local government autonomy in terms of fiscal space. Then finally,
a round of applause, please, for Kaduna State.
Please, let me say this. I know people will be talking about the program has winded up. How are we going to sustain? Prior to this, I think in the last one year, we have also established a sustainability committee. And that committee, we have the steering committee and also technical. The technical are more of permanent secretary who are permanent within the MDAs that are implemented. So they are no political. Anytime they go, the issue we are having is that most of the times, the political office holder, when they go, they always go with what they have acquired in terms of technical. So we saw the need to say, okay, whoever should be the member of the steering committee should be a civil servant of the lead MDA that is implementing and that. And also, we also come up with technical working group, having an officer with not less than grade level 12 across all these that who can also make sure that whatever Perl has done in the 8 or more years, rest assured, it will be sustained beyond the Perl program. And once more, we appreciate Perl, and we will never let whatever they have put in the last 8 years to go in vain. And we will continue to work. We assure them of supporting FCDO program in Kaduna and Nigeria, other Nigerian states. Our commitment remains firm. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Malam Badamasi. Dr. Mary, please, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Our distinguished personality, ladies and gentlemen, the journey of Perl to the Northeast, and particularly the Bay States, that's Adamawa, Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe, can be likened to a couple that's been married for long, never had issues, and after the baby came, fortunately, the baby didn't last long. But the whole story about this is this. It's not how long one lives, but what is the impact. Perl, particularly in Adamawa State, arrived timely. And it came with, first of all, by ensuring a corporate plan. That was in 2018, 2019. And that plan
really is what we are seeing today in Adamawa State. That corporate plan brought about the restructuring of the Adamawa State Planning Commission, which is saddled with the developmental agenda and activities of Adamawa State. And all can attest to the fact that Adamawa is the land of infrastructural development. As you can see, our governor has 2-term award as the infrastructure master. So all is a result of the structuring that has been done in Adamawa State. The existence of Perl also laid a solid foundation in Adamawa in the aspect of budget reforms, which strengthened the budget performance and transparency. It may interest you to know when His Excellency was speaking from Jigawa there, Adamawa State came third, while Jigawa State came first in budget transparency. All this is as a result of the foundation laid by Perl in Adamawa State. And not just that, today, if you talk of Adamawa, we have improved revenue administration and generation, at the same time, improved inclusive budget consultation, and then support for the open government partnership. And interestingly, citizen participation and engagement has already been strengthened due to the foundation laid by Perl in Adamawa State. This is because, as we speak today, we have what we call the Citizens' Eyes and Ears Hub. It's a portal that connects the government with the citizens. All these were built up, tentacles of the foundations laid by Perl in Adamawa State. So we can say, we were waiting for this baby to last. It did not last, but we are not giving up. This foundation has been laid up by Perl in the Northeast, the Bay State. We have begun and we are building on it, and we are achieving a lot. And we believe that next intervention that is coming from wherever through Perl, the Northeast will be given much attention and the baby will last more. Thank you, Perl.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abba Edangugwa, Permanent Secretary, Human Resource and Service Improvement, Office of the Head of Service. It is really sad that FAL is going, but it has left a lasting and enduring legacies that will sustain implementation of various reform programs in Kano State. I want to seize this opportunity to commend FAL for providing Kano State with various strategies that has provided number of development in Kano State. You see, for those animals in the jungle, they are strategically placed in a way that they don't have to go roaming looking for prey, but rather they reside around valleys and oases, which signifies that each and every animal in the bush must come to that valley or river to drink water. Right from the onset, I believe this is the kind of strategy that was adopted by FAL in Kano State. They focus on governance, co-governance MDS. By doing that, the reform will culminate and have a kind of multiplying effect to other MDS in the state. The name PAL in Kano State, as far as Kano is concerned, is a household name. As far as strengthening MDS and provision of tools and solution for effective governance is concerned. Let me start by pinpointing some of the major accomplishments, and my testimonies goes along this way. In the area of mandate mapping, it was the first time the Kano State was able to come up with a compendium that incorporate all the mandates of all the MDS that serve as book for reference. The exercise culminated into resuscitations of MDS, which gave the MDS focus and created a career path for implementing government policies and programs. Corporate planning. Corporate planning was introduced and it was implemented fully in Kano State Internal Revenue Service, and it has really enhanced its operation. Perl also supported Kano State in the area of development of human resource policy. For that, I will have to say that as I'm standing here, I am a living testimony of Perl. Because for the introduction of this policy, we were able to create a department, a directorate, which I am now heading, in which I was nurtured since when I was in grade level 12 officer, and I rose to the level of permanent secretary, now heading the department. Department of Human Resource and Service Improvement under the Office of Head of Service. This, I believe, is a real living testimony. In the area of open government partnership, we were supported to develop an action plan. We leverage on this action plan to drive the implementation of achieving universal health care coverage in Kano State. So also the provision of digitized M&E tool for Kano State contributory health care availed the state the opportunity to secure the buy-in of the organized labor union to succumb to sustain the implementation of the Kano State contributory health care in Kano State. In the area of public financial management, Perl supported Kano State to provide the policy framework. This policy framework is now operational in Kano State. So also the public debt management law, which led to the establishment of debt management office in Kano State. Perl also supported Kano in the area of medium-term revenue strategy, which also metamorphosed and led to establishment of Kano State tax policy. With this accomplishment, I would like to also extend my voice to commend the support and partnership for that has been provided for Kano State for Perl. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adebowale Jolawe MNI, Permanent Secretary, Bureau of Public Service Reforms from Ogun State. We started working with Perl sometimes in 2016 with some reform policy mapping across the Southwest, which culminated in the Governance Innovations Conference held in Abeokuta, and all the states in the Southwest were there. And this opportunity by the Innovation Conference gave us the opportunity to learn from ourselves, across the Southwest, and also do things newly as Perl showed the way. That also gave back to communities of practice in different areas in the public service, and also created reform coordinating agencies. One is Ogun State, which I'm the permanent secretary. I must say that the Open Government Partnership also came, and we are also somehow in it. Something very, very important that is not common that Perl did in Ogun State, just to make it easy for us not to waste our time. We did workplace sexual harassment policy. Please listen to it again. Workplace sexual harassment policy in such a way that before, things like that are not in the public service rules. So you just say, oh, what is it trying to do with that Oga? What is that Oga trying to do with this whatever? But along the line, now it has been incorporated in the public service rules of Ogun State that there's a punishment if investigated and found to be correct or found to be false. So everybody is careful about what they do now as they relate with the opposite sex. Let me not waste time, but to say that I'm also so grateful for the opportunity given for my state to be part of what has taken place in the last 8 years plus. But I want to say, please, I feel like I shouldn't go. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon all. My name is Bashir Abubakar Ladan. I'm the director of monitoring evaluation, also the head of economic intelligence unit, Kaduna State. I'm honored to share my experiences with Perl. My journey with Perl began in 2017 when the Economic Intelligence Unit was created based on their advice. The unit was meant to constantly track macroeconomic indicators globally and nationally and statewide, so that real-time decision making can be done in the state level. So in that level, we had constant capacity building around data analysis, policy projections, economic modeling, which really transformed decision making, not just in Kaduna State or local government, but also in the federal government level. This was very, very instrumental regarding that most of our policies shaped policy in the federal government level, in the sense that our first report, the dynamics of federation's account receipts, was presented not just in Kaduna State Executive Council, but also the Nigeria Governor Forum, the the National Economic Council, also the President's Office. That led to the NNPC to start publishing their monthly FAQ reports, So that is a very, very impactful report that we did. And we had several other reports that were presented, not just in Nigeria, also in Washington, D.C., World Bank's office. So based on that, our technical capacity, we had opportunity to work in committees in federal government, National Economic Council, the Nigeria Governor Forum, to devise policies that will shape national policies. Thank you very, very much.
Our defendable partners, the management of FAL, distinguished invited guests and participants, I bring you warm greetings from the government and good people of Yobe State. Let me point out that even before making my presentations, I have just been informed that my presentation is going to be only 1 minute. All the same, Yobe State, in its quest to benefit from the interventions of FAL Act, are mainly centered on 3 main areas: policy and strategy, public finance management, and public service management. In respect of policy and strategy, we have been supported to develop a robust state development plan, which has now been rolled over for the first time. We are now currently in the process of developing a long-term state development plan, which is to last for 25 years, inshallah. The work on that particular document has been completed. What remains now is for us to give it a wider publicity and stakeholder engagement to make it a very comprehensive document. In the field of budgeting, we have recorded significant headways in that our budget process is now made to be very, very participatory, particularly with stakeholder engagement made up of the civil society organizations. That makes it very, very participatory, where all stakeholders are brought to discuss extensively on the budget processes before being presented to the State House of Assembly, and subsequently stakeholder engagement with the state members of the State House of Assembly before being passed into law and assented to by the governor. In field of public finance management, Yobe, as you all know, has recorded very enviable heights, having emerged the overall topmost position for 3 consecutive years, 2020, 2021, and 2022, a feat which has enabled it to receive incentives from the World Bank to the tune of 2 billion in the last segment of the successes. we have now developed a robust public finance management law. We have also Yobe State Internal Revenue Service law and also public procurement law. In all, we have been rated among the rated as high among the participating states that have enjoyed support from PALAC. In field of public service management, the state has recorded tremendous achievements in that we have now developed mandate mapping and corporate planning for our 16 ministries, departments, and agencies. In addition to that, we have also developed succession planning. Our permanent secretaries, members of the State House of Assembly, members of the State Executive Council, civil servants down the ladder, particularly the directors of planning, research, and statistics, directors of finance, DPMs, and what have you, have received robust and all-encompassing capacity building workshops.
A round of applause for our partners from UB.
And as part of our strategy to sustain the gains made through our partnership, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Yobe State, has now approved the constitution of a state technical advisory team on development and finance, which is meant to sustain the efforts and gains already made. The membership of the team include reform-minded top civil servants, particularly in the rank of permanent secretaries, of which one member of your team, PALAC, the state coordinator of Yobe State, is also a member. I am also a retired permanent secretary for political affairs, and one time also permanent secretary, Ministry for Local Government, as also members. We have now set in place effective strategies of how to advise the governor on public finance management issues, coordination of donor partners, including making sure that all what they are doing are captured in the state budget for effective implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon. I think let me adopt the already established protocol. I was told to fly my comments. I feel I need to do so because people are getting tired and it has been long. We've been here. And a lot has been said as far as Perl is concerned. So let me just run through. When you start talking about the CDF, MTEP, MTSS, the budget and the budget process, a lot has been said by my other colleagues, and I don't need to say more. But what I need to emphasize here is what Perl did in terms of Jigawa State aligning with Abuja Declaration of setting aside at least 15% of its budget to healthcare. This is quite commendable. And also close to 30% or more than 30% to education sector. I think this is something that needs to be applauded. Perl, you've done great in this respect. And let me share just a little bit of experience. When I was the executive secretary of Jigawa State Contributory Healthcare Scheme, I came as a very gray man because the health insurance is quite new then. But Perl offered a shaking hand. We started. They said, you cannot start doing anything. You don't have any strategic development plan. We started, and it was during COVID then. But in spite of COVID, in late 2019, 2020, we were able to come up with 3-year strategic strategic development plan for Jigawa State Health Insurance Scheme through virtual meetings and limited physical meetings, abiding by the COVID protocols then. And not only that, the NHIS then, NHIA now, came up with a 10-year strategic development plan. Then it was a problem for us. Perl came back. Don't worry, Jigawa. Let us align with the NHIA. So we developed 10-year strategic plan for Jigawa Health Insurance, courtesy of Perl. So we sincerely thank you very much. Not only that, we look at our enrollment then. We relied more on the formal sector. They said, no, there is a problem. So you need to leverage on the robust informal sector. So they help us develop an informal sector conceptual framework, how we are going to bring on board a lot of informal sector beneficiaries. Not only that, we came up with the financial sustainability plan for the insurance program and also the investment case, so that they ensure that they don't leave any stone unturned. They don't want to leave and maybe leave problem with us. They want to ensure that the supply side, sorry, the demand side, that the insurance side, is sustained and maintained. We really appreciate that. And they also look at the issue of human resource. So they came up with the Human Resource Management Framework for State Primary Healthcare Development Agency. We all knew. And in spite of the local government autonomy, Perl was able to maintain the principle of primary healthcare under our roof. An arrangement came about where the state is going to pay 40% and local government pay 60% of the staff salaries under primary healthcare. And this is laudable. Thank you very much, Perl. I think because of time, let me limit what I have to say, but I want to ask one question because people are becoming lethargic. Please, looking at the acronym of Perl. Let me ask, it's a general question. I want aye or nay. Did Perl partner with us? I have not heard. Did Perl partner with us?
Aye.
Did Perl engage us?
Aye.
Were they instrumental in our reforms? Have we learned from Perl? So our prayer is, and I believe what Perl needs now is, let us maintain and sustain this achievement. Please and please. I think that is all what Perl deserves now, or desires now. Let us ensure that we maintain and sustain this achievement. Thank you very much, Perl.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Ismail Okonlola from the Central Delivery Coordination Unit, Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination. I met Perl for the first time in 2021 when, just on my way home, on a certain evening, I was called on the phone that I have to report the following day to the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation for a very special training. And on arriving the venue of the training, I was handed over a letter that I have been deployed to a newly created unit that is called Central Delivery Coordination Unit. And ever since then, the relationship with Perl has been very, very spectacular. We've had about 4 years interaction with Perl. And these 4 years goes beyond the experience is over a 10 years experience. Because of want of time, let me just specifically mention that there was a very big challenge that we were trying to navigate through at a point in our work in the CDCU, which has to do with the issue of sustainability, that we were looking at a new government coming in place, especially in 2023, that we will be able to transit, from the immediate past administration of President Buhari to a new administration, because the establishment of delivery units in Nigeria, it's not the first time we are having it. However, the fear has always been sustainability. However, with the robust support from the Perl team, we were not only able to transit from the last administration that with Perl support, we are working even stronger. And today, what do we do in the CDCU? The CDCU is set up to track the implementation of the priority program, projects, and policies of the federal government of Nigeria. And the unit has been performing a very spectacular job. All this with the support of Perl. And when it comes to peer review, what we do in the CDCU compared to what they do in other parts of the world, through the facilitation of Perl, we have been able to carry out study visits to countries such as Rwanda, Kenya, and some other countries of the world. And honestly, the experience we've gathered shows that we are not doing badly at all, most especially when you compare us with countries that have started delivery longer than we have done. One critical lesson we learned from the Perl team is that you cannot do it all alone. They promote very well synergy, teamwork, and as well as collaboration. And today, the capacity that has been embedded in the Central Delivery Coordination Unit, even as the Perl program is winding up, the capacity is being distilled to all the MDs of the federal government of Nigeria. And the reason for this is just that Perl is acting like a catalyst in the engagement. They support you as if they are part of the process, and they also allow you to use your initiative in order to entrench further all the positive deliverables that we have learned during the interaction. I want to, on behalf of my office, to thank most sincerely the Perl team for the robust support they have provided to my office, and we want to assure that moving forward, we keep the flag flying. So thank you very much from the CDCU.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ogechi Adielin, and I'm the last person to give my testimony this evening. Okay, so I am the I came in as a public financial management intern. That was in August 2nd, 2021. And I came in as a novice. I remember my line manager placing the PEFA framework on the table for me to glance through. And I literally was confused because I kept on seeing some technical languages I couldn't comprehend. Not too long after, I was invited to a meeting on the presidential ministerial deliverables. And when I got there, my confusion was compounded because I was lost. Few days after, I was meant to meet the public financial management team, and Mr. Chidebere Ibe told me, he said, if you're going to be a part of this team, you must be ready to dirty your hands with public financial management work. And over the years, looking back, I can say I have gotten my hands dirty with it, providing support to the Kaduna, Kano, and Jigawa states in the areas of budget preparation, execution, debt management, among others. Also, the Perl program has provided a platform of exposure for me, working in collaboration with the NGF and OGP, where I have been able to interact with different templates and also most of the fiscal publications to help the states in achieving the DLRs they were meant to achieve during the SIFTAS program. I want to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to the Perl management team for giving I and the other interns the opportunity to grow, to learn. It has been a period of learning and unlearning. There is a saying that anyone that asks questions will not get lost. I want to thank the PFM team, Mr. Chris Rowe, Mr. Basil Obasi, Real One Ope. I want to thank Madam Bumi, every member of the Perl team for answering my questions each time I came back over and over. Even when the questions seemed unreasonable, they were always there to guide me. I I want to thank the ARC management for giving I and the other interns the opportunity to ensure that our names are etched in the sand of time when the Perl program is mentioned. And by the way, we are officers now. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. On behalf of all traditional rulers from Kano State, we are thanking Perl for the capacity that have been given to us. This thing, because our engagement with Perl, ECPR have changed our lifestyle in terms of way we are executing our duty and responsibility in our community from local state to national or international stage because of the capacity and strategy that we have acquired and learned from Perl. We apply and utilize during our engagement physically in our community, which result in rapid development and change in our day-to-day activities. As a result of our engagement with Perl, we have benefited with so many projects through our advocacy, like renovation of 20 classes, construction of a new 26 classes at Ganda Albasa Primary, conducted by old boys. Construction of classes at Government Girls Senior Secondary School Ganda Albasa, renovation of modern primary healthcare Ganda Albasa, renovation of primary healthcare at Tukuntawa, provision of borehole and overhead tank at modern primary health Ganda Albasa, construction of road from Zoo Road to Agundi as a result of advocacy that have been go there as a result of advocacy. Provision of 30 solar light stand and fitted at different direction in the community. Provision of 16 hand pump borehole, creation of Kano State Village Head Security Forum, strengthening of Kano as a result of advocacy that we have been getting from Perl and the capacity, we have been able to communicate with all villages of Kano State, to make a forum so that we can be able to discuss any problem that has been arise in our community. On behalf of all traditional community leaders, we are congratulating Perl on their 8 years of a success journey. Thank you very much and God bless.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abiodun Ladipo, and I'm the head of programs at Dawn Commission. Of course, Dawn Commission is the partner of Perl in Southwest, and we had a lot of programs together. I think we started with the reform mapping and grading, and then we had what we tagged the Southwest Governance Innovation Conference in 2017. At that event, we were able to document over 20 reforms, innovations in Southwest, which most government officials were taking ideas from to implement in their various states. There are two things we learned from Perl as Dawn Commission has become part of our own tools in the office. And one is the reflection session, where we'll bring together different people to come and reflect on what they are doing in their state. And of course, on our second one is the community of practice, where different groups in different MDAs working in similar areas across the 6 Southwest states usually come together to share ideas and jointly solve problems, issues, governance issues that resonate among the states. So for us at Dawn Commission, Perl was a blessing to us because it also broadened our scope of our intervention in governance in Southwest states. And that also made us the permanent friend of the British High Commission in Nigeria, because most of their programs in Southwest are now running through us. So we appreciate Perl teams that have worked with us, starting with we started with the National Program Manager, Mr. Ifeanyi Peters, as the Southwest Hub Manager. before it was brought to Abuja, and to everyone that worked with us in Southwest and at National. We really appreciate, and we hope to have more of that partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we have come to the end of our testimonies, hearing from our partners, sharing their real results and real testimonies from the Perl program. So as part of Perl's sustainability strategy, we heard our partners speak about their sustainability strategy. And as Perl closes, we are also putting in place a sustainability mechanism that would ensure you have Perl's tools, resources, and frameworks beyond the life of the program. We are launching the Governance Resource Hub, Perl Governance Resource Hub, that has 3 components. One component has the e-library. This e-library comprises of all of Perl's resources, tools, and frameworks. We have the ELMS. It has another component, ELMS, where you can take online courses around governance online courses. First that would be going up on this e-learning platform is the ELMS, where you can take a full course on public financial management, especially around how citizens can improve their engagement in public financial management. And it has a third component that integrates artificial intelligence, where you can insert prompts, requests for information, and it will synthesize from the wealth of resources on the platform and produce you with the required information you need. So this platform is coming soon, and there is a postcard on your way out that you'll be collecting. The postcard has a QR code that when you scan it, it will take you to the platform. So please access this platform, utilize the resources. This is Pearl's final gift to you as we close out the program today. Yes, I'll hand over to my co-compare, Mr. Andy Gabriel, to take us through the last item on our agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if your hands are not pretty very busy, can we give all of yourselves and our compare a big round of applause? Thank you very much. This actually brings us to very close to the end of this program. But just before we wind down, it will be very important for one of us to move the vote of thanks on behalf of everyone else in Perl and, of course, their partners. I'd like to invite the National Programs Manager, Perl ARC, to please come forward. Mr. Ifeanyi Peters Ugwoke. Whilst he's coming in, all this while we forgot to mention that we're being joined by over 350 different individuals who've been watching via webinar and of course virtually. So ladies and gentlemen, they are looking at you, but you can see them. So can we just wave at them and in appreciation that they've been with us all morning. I'm sure Mr. Ifeanyi will do so much more with the appreciation for those of them that have joined us virtually. Please, can we give him another thunderous, resounding applause? Thank you very much, Mr. Ifeanyi, sir.
Thank you very much, the compare and the team that have facilitated this interesting session today. And indeed, it is a wrap. Indeed, it is what? A wrap. And so, in moving this vote of thanks, I would add a bit of closing remarks to it, and then thank all of you. And it's a long list. Apologies, because 8 years is not 8 days, nor 8 months. It's not just, it's 8 years plus because we started in May 1st, 2016, and we're ending September 2024. And that's a long time. Even the life of a child, the child will be 8 years plus. Coincidentally, my last daughter was born April, just a month before we started the program. And she is 8 plus now. So congratulations to all of us. In doing this, I would like all the Perl team to please come out. I can't do this alone. The entire Perl team, wherever you are, please stand up and join me here. The entire Perl team, please stand up and join me here. All the Perl team, please stand up and join me here. Current and former, yes. Current and former. I have this authority to ask all Perl team members to please join me on stage. I can't do this alone because it was a collective responsibility and what you call collective action. Thank you very much for obliging me. Thank you. You listen to... Oh yeah, and please, our project directors from Palladium and DAI. So Joanna is coming, thank you very much. And the team representing Peter Ross. Oh yeah, team is here. Thank you very much. Yeah, we will have to relish this moment because there will never be another closing for Perl. Yes, this is indeed history being made here today. Thank you. I can imagine that if it had been by 2021, this stage would crash because we were ×2 this number. But we started this journey together. So after 8 years of journeying together, navigating ups and downs, and what my predecessor Mark Walker will call kitchen sink being thrown at us, unpredictability, surviving COVID-19, indeed, we did survive COVID-19 pandemic, and Dr. Noura mentioned how we worked during that period of COVID-19, which was a very difficult period for us, and I know for everyone in the room. We also survived, Chris put it nicely, there was reprioritization. Budget cut, a severe budget cut that halved. I can see Grace Massey. Grace, you're part of Perl. Please join us. Yeah. So there was a budget cut, but we navigated through budget cuts, weathering storms, of course, celebrating successes. We had new babies, we had marriages, we have octogenarians celebrating 70th, 60th, 50th birthday. I turned 50 working for the program. Thank you. 75. Okay, thank you very much. And so after all of this, finally today, Perl drops anchor. We finished well and did what? Finish strong. We finished well and we finished strong. So in all of this, we delivered over 1,000 progress markers. Chris understands what's progress markers. But what is progress markers? Outputs. Outputs that led to outcomes. Some of these testimonies you heard, they were intricate wove of activities that led to outputs, and then, of course, the outcomes you hear today in the testimonies. And of course, as you have heard, we worked in 3 partner states, Kano, Kaduna, Jigawa, that's our KKJ. We had 3 regional hubs, Southwest, Southeast, and of course, the Bay States in the Northeast. And where's our focus? We focused on core governance. Everyone has talked about it here. Public policy, public finance, revenue, local governance, ease of doing business. We started out, of course, we had interventions in ease of doing business. And you know, my friend Steve will always say we had several bets at the beginning, you know, and then gradually we started narrowing it down institutional strengthening, performance management systems, and then, of course, the link between all of this system strengthening to service delivery. And that's the testimony given by Dr. Noura, our work in improving health insurance across the states where we work, where our focus was what? To unlock access to the poor and the vulnerable to access healthcare in Nigeria. Of course, we worked in health, we worked in education, we worked in agriculture, and of course, cross-cutting issues like GESI, gender and social inclusion, knowledge management, political economy analysis, right? Thinking and working politically. Because without that, we can't understand the dynamics at play at the locations where we work. And then we went through 8 annual reviews, scoring 4 A+. A+ is what? Exceeding expectations. And then we also had 4 A's, which means we met expectations. So, you know, I think if we had been in an academic environment, we all have made first class, right? Yes, we all have made distinctions and first class, you know. And we can confidently say that we've made our mark in Nigeria's 25 years of what? Unbroken democracy, and then also FCDO's journey of 20 years of governance in Nigeria. And all of this is culminating in the closeout event we witnessed today. And of course, we witnessed all the testimonies and the celebrations of our collective success, showcasing our results and sharing our lessons. As you well know, we started as a 3-pillar program, complex web put together by FCDO, and we were asked to go and fix ourselves. Yeah, 3 program, 1 result framework, 1 annual review, managed by 3 program managers, 3 suppliers. It was complex. But we had to do what? We have to devise a strategy to make sure that we deliver on that result framework, and that is what we've done. And Chris is a very proud man today, you know. And so, we had 4 senior responsible owners, and that's where the dynamic starts. So in FCDO, there's what you call senior responsible. Chris is our last SRO. Chris, please take a bow. And the longest. And the steady hand that guided us. So it started with a sharp-talking guy called Wif Wamba from Zambia. Yeah? Wif Wamba. Followed by Oliver Blake, who studied things, Ekanem Bassi, and then, of course, Chris. But you know, in all these things, Chris was behind the shadows of all of these guys and understudied them, and he made life easy for us when he eventually took over. We survived for 2 head of office, yes, starting with Ben Mellor, Debbie Palmer, and then 2 development directors, Chris Pycroft, the longest. The story of the 2 Chris, a round of applause for Chris Pycroft, wherever he is, you know. I know he's in Somalia, working out of Addis Ababa, you know. And then, of course, our current development director, Debbie Palmer, Cynthia Rowe, who most of you interacted with this morning. We also went through 2 political transitions, yes, survived 2 political transitions, and then, of course, 2 presidents successfully. And, of course, in the states where we work, 2 governors as well. We managed the transition successfully. Like Ismail has said, one of the key work we did in most of the states is managing political transition. Our work with CDCU made it possible to have an orderly transition, and that led to what? The signing of the executive order on managing transition in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Before, there was nothing like that. Yes. So, and I also know, of course, the dynamics around the legislature. We started with the 8th Assembly, and now we're in the 10th Assembly. Surviving how many Senate presidents, speakers, and all of that, including those in our respective states. So in all that, we're grateful. So first of all, special thanks to the FCDO team. And I will start with Cynthia in absentia. Thank you, Cynthia. And thank you, Magdalene. Yeah, Magdalene Lagu. And then, of course, our own very own Chris Okeke. Chris, you need to take a bow again. Yeah. First, the audience, take a bow. Thank you for being the steady hands and for your support. And then, of course, we have Yuliana Stoyanova, yeah, who joined you much later. She's not around. And then, of course, the program management team of Valentine, who did that. I don't know if Valentine is still around or he had left. All right. And then we have Odumu Ebegonia, what we call the veteran of them all, you know, steady hands that helped us. And then coming back to the team leaders, like to mention the pioneer team leaders, starting with Kevin Gager. Yes, a round of applause for Kevin. Yeah, thank you. Mark Walker, of course, who's still here. Where's Mark? Mark, please come forward. You're still here. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I know. Dr. Byron, he's coming, we know. We know the role he played. And then Sam Unom, the LEAP team leader, pioneer team leader. Of course, my sister Adia Ode, who we managed the complexity for 4.5 years before she moved on. We sent her off to PropCom to continue the missionary journey. Yeah, of course, and continue the excellence we are known for in Perl. And then, of course, Miani Bukar, who closed down the LEAP component, and all of that was incorporated. The learning component was incorporated to the two pillars. And our project directors, without which we probably may not function very well. And representing, of course, is Joanna Clark. Thank you very much, Joanna. Our own Peter Ross, represented by Tim. Where's Tim? Peter is having a good holiday on the Scottish Highlands, so he couldn't make it. You know, but he's very proud of the work we have done. And then, of course, Palladium. All right, so the country directors of Palladium and the DAI. Joe is here. I haven't seen Oiza. Joe, thanks so much. Okay, at some point, Oiza has stepped out. Thank you very much. And then, of course, to you, our partners. We wouldn't have been anything without you, because all of our efforts, all the things we've done, we worked together with you, and we did what? We built partnerships. The key word is what? We built partnerships. Yes. When I was interviewed this morning, I said, what was the most successful thing? I thought that the best was building partnership and building what? Consensus. And that was what led to the results that we have today. And so we thank you, partners, state government partners, legislature, civil society partners, of course, our online audience, and then finally, all of us, our colleagues. The experts that have worked with us, most of them are here, some are not. I can see Gwendolyn there. Yeah, steady hands. Gwendolyn, thank you. And other experts. I saw Timothy as well, but probably, Tim, thank you very much. Thank you very much. If I fail to mention your name, pardon me, all right? I'm just very, very excited today. Yes, yeah, and then of course, we have Ben Arikbo, my Oga. Thank you, Ben. And then Dr. Fagbero Byron. He is a development expert, former presidential candidate, a musician. Faji is trending, right? Medical expert. Thank you very much for coming. And of course, the DG BPSR. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming. And we really do appreciate. So the cutting, if it is an act which we have acted over the past 8.5 years, these are the actors and the actresses. And so we say, thank you, and we'll do what? We'll take a bow. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you all. and continue with the work, the good work you have started. Key word is what? Sustainability. Sustain what we have started with you. God bless you all as you go back. Announcement for lunch.
Please take a bow one more time. Can we celebrate all these ones here? Thank you so much. They've been wonderful. Now, the gentleman will stand down and see how you can assist the ladies to come down the stairway because there are no hand railings, so we understand. All right, we'll take the national anthem and then we'll be having our lunch at the mezzanine. The mezzanine is just here, so we'll just climb up the stairway and find your way up to the mezzanine. That's where lunch is served. It is late lunch, so call it supper. And so we'll be closing with the national anthem. Can the sound managers please have the national anthem on cue? Please don't forget to pick your lunch ticket. Collect your lunch ticket and postcard on your way out. Hip, hip, hip.
It's a wrap.
Hip, 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 hip.
Hooray.
Hip, 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 hip. Hooray. Thank you very much. Lunch is served. Don't forget to pick up your lunch card and, of course, the postcard. God bless you. On behalf of the organizers, I am Andy Gabriel. God bless you. Okay, please check. Bring it down. Sound manager, hold on. Sound manager, hold on. Please, we have 2 different service points for lunch. So as you pick your lunch card, please look at the flip side to see where your lunch venue is. But everything is happening. Okay, but there are some presentations, please. There were some presentations that ought to have been done. Can we please invite them to present to them very quickly? Those very presentations. There are plaques to be presented. Mr. Ifeanyi and Mr. John are on standby. The first will be the Kaduna Local Government Accountability Mechanism Award presentation in appreciation to Perl AC and Perl ECP. If you have the presentations, can you come forward quickly? This way. So that you can pick your stuff. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Please, this way so you can pick your lunch card. This way out. The main entrance. Please use the main entrance so you can pick your lunch card. Kaduna, please. Yes. Mr. John, this is an award. Photographers, where are you? Photographers, please come back quickly. All right, you want to say something quickly? Just 1 minute each. Okay, you just want to present. Okay, the first award is an award of presentation of appreciation to Perl AC and Perl ECP. PAMSEC will make the presentation on behalf. This way, sir. This way, sir. Pamsec. Perl Ak. Perl Ak.
Kaduna State is proud to have worked with you, and we are grateful for the education, support, and partnership that last. And this is a token from Kaduna State that, okay. This is a token from us in Kaduna State. Yeah. We want to say we are grateful and we are thankful. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I want to shake you. Okay. Thank you.
The one for Perl ECP. Can we present that?
No, John Mutu.
This is for the CP. On behalf of Kaduna State, team of civil society working there, we want to present this token gift to Perl ECP for the good work that we have been doing with them throughout the 8 years. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. That was from Kaduna. Okay. We also want to ask Mr. Ifeanyi Peters and Ashiru Sani for ARC. Okay, that's the one you've done. Okay, let's invite, there's another presentation by Honorable Shadalafia and Honorable Mara and Clark Kaduna State House of Assembly Commission. Is there another one? That's the same one. Okay, so we thank you very much. We'd like to also appreciate Malam Jumare and Malam Danlami Garba. Is there any other presentation? If there is none, we'd like to thank you. Let's have some music as we bring this to a close. Thank you very much. Do have a nice day.
All right, go.
I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who. You know that my body calling and your body picking. Loving you, they make me forget, say I get problem. By the end of the night, enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who, die who, or die who, yeah, or die who. Who the f is your bestie? Danny bro. You don't want to find my trouble. Enter bathroom, fashion.